And we should be live. All right, guys. So good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's having an awesome day today. So we're gonna get started right now. But first I want to pray if that's okay with everybody. Let me hear a quick yes in the chat.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Let's just do a quick prayer, guys. All right, so mighty God, we thank you for another day. We thank you for life. We thank you for everything that you've done. I just ask that today's session go through smoothly. We ask that you bless the Wi-Fi's, yes, especially mine. I just ask that today's session goes through awesome and everybody learns something and we'll all take something from this session. Thank you. And we honor you in your name we pray. Amen. All right, guys, so let's get started. So good morning again. For those who don't know who I am Rowan Small and I will facilitate this segment. Now, this is a paper 1 segment. From 2 to 5, we'll have the paper 2 segment. Okay, I don't know what happened a while ago. Are we still good? Everybody hearing me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Okay, all right, good. Let me share my screen quickly. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Okay, are we seeing my screen? I think you're supposed to be seeing it now.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, good. All right, good. Okay, so we're gonna run through these questions rather quickly. So let's get straight into it. All right, so the tourist brochure gave verbose accounts. All right, so now firstly, whenever we're attacking these questions, we have to read the instructions, right? So instruction says to choose the word or phrase that is nearest to opposite in meaning to the underlined word or phrase. So somebody give me another word for opposite in this case. So what are we trying to look for? Anybody knows those words? The
Antonyms.
The antonyms, that's correct. So now we want to look for the antonyms, right? To the underlined word or phrase, right? So here we go. The first one, the tourist, and this is 2013's paper, right? So the tourist brochure gave verbose accounts of the carnival festives of last year. Anybody think, come, we have to go through this quick, guys, because I want to get through at least 3 papers today. So we're going to be very productive. So I want to see the chat flying. So let's go. Anybody? Verbose accounts. All right, let me hear the answer. But anybody don't? All right, first of all, what we have to do, we have to understand what the underlined word means. So anybody understand what verbose means? Anybody? Temidayo, can you repeat? Based on sentence, it's brief.
Is using excessive words?
Yes. So you're right. So it's actually wordy, as Shanil said, lengthy, right? Right. So it's using more words than necessary. Good. So if the tourist gave, let's put in the sentence, more words than necessary. The antonym would have been A. Excellent. Concise. So concise means short and to the point. Let's go to number 2. So we found her appreciative of the help that we had given to her. Anybody?
Ungrateful.
4, exactly. All right, number 3. As a result of the need for trained staff, the firm had to dismiss several workers. What are we thinking?
Employ.
Employ? Yeah. All right. So, yes, I see you guys going through. Excellent. All right, let's go. Number 4, the headgear.
Natural.
You can't. All right, fine. All right, fine. All right, all right. Let's see. The headgear worn by the factory worker is made from artificial. The opposite of artificial is natural. Exactly. Right. The old lady enjoyed making malicious remarks to everyone she met. What are we thinking here?
Kind.
Kind is indeed correct. All right, let's look at this second set. Somebody read the instructions to me quickly for the second set.
Each sentence has either one or two words missing.
Go ahead.
Choose from the four options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet.
So what are we looking for there? What are we looking for here?
Missing words.
Pair of words that are missing.
All right. So keep that in mind. Also, remember to keep these things in mind while we're doing the paper. Good. So blank people are likely to be afraid to take risks in life.
You can go
Cautious.
Cautious. That's correct. Good. When parents display a blank for one child, the others are likely to feel blank. What are we saying for this?
Preference.
Jealous.
What about D? Fondness and lonely.
That one isn't as accurate as the other one.
Exactly. Right. So that was a huge debate for many years. That person would have thought it would have been fondness and lonely, but what are we looking for? The pair of words which best complete the sentence. Right? Now here we go again. Number 8. An attack on someone when the person is most vulnerable may be blank, but it is always blank. What are we thinking? 8.
Effective and unkind.
Effective and unkind. Exactly. Number 9. While the committee members blank insults across the floor, the chairman tried in vain to blank order.
Hurled and restored.
Hurl and restore. Are you trying to blank that all along he knew of the plot to oust the committee? What are we thinking?
Insinuate.
Accused.
So one says insinuate, one says accuse.
Insinuate.
I think
Insinuate.
Oh, why do you think it's accused? For the person that thinks it's accused. I want to hear. Why do you think it's accused? Gone silent.
because accused just don't play it. Are you trying to accuse that all along he knew that the plan to or how to
All
use?
right. Here, insinuate would have been better because insinuate symbolizes that you're making an somewhat of an educated guess as to why the person would have knew of the plot, right? Anybody know what to insinuate is? Anybody? Tell me what. Go ahead.
To imply.
To imply, yes. Anybody else?
Give a clue.
To hint at, to suggest, right? To give a clue, as someone said. So, are you trying to hint that all along? Are you trying to suggest that all along? But accuse here is already putting blame, right? Anybody know what accuse mean? Because we're trying to compare the two words. Anybody?
Blame the person.
Accuse. To claim, to blame for, right? But here, it's not that. They're trying to insinuate. They're trying to suggest. Good? So, insinuate would have been better off for number 10. Good? All right. Let's read the second set of instructions. Anybody?
I'm still a thief.
All right. Let's read the instructions. Anyone want to volunteer?
Each sentence in this section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, C, and D. Choose the one nearest in meaning to the original sentence.
So we want the sentence that is nearest in meaning. Good? Number 11 is always a contentious one. But here we go. Number 11. Somebody read it for me. All right, go ahead, Timidayo.
Recent floods have made the route impossible.
All right. Recent floods have made the route impassable. What are we thinking? Someone says A. Interesting. Anybody else?
I think it's
D.
I think it's
Someone
C.
says D.
B.
Someone says B.
B.
I think it's C.
Someone says C. I want to hear. Continue the answers. Interesting.
I think it is C.
Someone says D. All right. I want to discuss it. Let's start from the bottom going up, right? But somebody explain to me what the sentence is saying, because this is where it is important to understand exactly what the sentence is saying, and we're trying to match it up to the one that is nearest in meaning. Good? So we have to keep the sentence, the thought of the sentence, in the nearest in meaning sentence that follows. Good? So someone explain to me what the original sentence is saying.
So floods that happen.
Due to the flood that occurred.
I'm hearing two voices. I'm hearing two voices. Which one?
Floods that happen like recently, like now. They made the way to pass. It's unpassable. You cannot go through it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now let's match it up to the nearest in meaning one. So let's start from B. How many persons are saying B? Traveling has been brought to a standstill because of floods. Talk to me about that one.
Sir, it doesn't involve the roads.
It doesn't involve the roads. And what else?
And you could have taken another route.
You can take another route. And let me ask a question. Is traveling holistically being brought to a standstill, or is it just the route?
No, it's just the route.
So we have to focus on the route. You understand?
Yeah.
So it is not traveling, the general travel, because there are many ways to travel, right? You can travel by air, by sea, by land, right? But what they're saying here is that the route is made impassable as a result of the recent floods. So D here would not have been the best answer, right? Someone is saying C. Let's analyze C. Because of heavy showers, commuters were forced to detour. What are we saying?
They were forced to take another route.
They were forced to take another route as a result of what?
The floods.
Whoa, no.
Heavy showers.
Because of heavy, guys, you have to read what it says. Do not insinuate, right? Here it is saying, because of heavy showers, commuters were forced to detour, right? It did not say because of what? The recent floods. So yes, we might know that heavy showers cause floods. However, that is not what the original sentence was saying. The original sentence said that the recent floods made the route impassable. It had nothing to do with a detour, neither did it have anything to do with the heavy showers, right? So C would not have been the best answer here.
It's in their nation's development.
Someone is saying something?
Right.
All right, let's analyze B. Somebody read B for me. Let's see if it's B.
The roads cannot be used as a result of the floods.
The roads cannot be used as a result of the floods. What are we thinking here?
Best answer.
B is the answer. B.
Do you sound like it?
B.
I hear somebody say A same way. All right, let's analyze both at the same time. People are unable to travel because of the floods.
Traveling is too general.
It is too general. Again, it is focusing on the travel and not necessarily the route.
The route.
As well as, right? We're seeing that what? Let's look at B. B focuses on the road itself, right? So it is not saying that the difference between A and B, the sentence original says that recent floods have made the route impassable. So we need something that deals with 1, recent floods, 2, the road, and 3, it being impassable. When a road cannot be used, right? What do we think of a road not being able to use? What's the main purpose of a road, really? Anybody? What's the purpose of a road?
To transport business and goods from one place to another.
Yes, but specify it a bit more.
Drive.
To drive
Or
on,
transport.
to facilitate any movement,
land.
right? As you all were saying. So if the road cannot facilitate movement, right? What do we say it is? Either the road block or it is impassable. So that is what B is saying. B is saying that the road cannot be used. In other words, it's impassable as a result of the floods. Are we seeing it?
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
Anybody don't understand why it's B? We can always go over it again. What do you say? Are we good? Everybody understand? Okay, all right. So let's move on now. Number 12. An interest in their nation's development plans should be displayed by its young people. What are we thinking? What are we thinking here?
A.
Someone says A. Anybody else?
A.
Any person that's saying A. I in fact agree. Young people should take an interest in plans for national development. This sentence says, why can't it be? National development is dependent upon youth. No, that is not what the question, that's not what the original sentence says. Young people ought to be aware of plans for the purpose of national development. No. C, young people, wait, did I? No. And D, the nation will advance through plans proposed by its young people. No, that is not what the question is saying. What the original sentence is saying, that's it. All right, so we understand why it's A. Number 13, the accident may have been due to the wetness of the road and not necessarily to careless driving. What are we thinking for that?
D.
I'm hearing D. I'm seeing B in the chat.
B.
I'm seeing B. All right, let's analyze. D. D says the driver was involved in the accident, not necessarily because he was careless, but probably because the road was wet. The driver was involved in the accident. All right, so the original sentence says the accident may have been due to the wetness of the road and not necessarily careless driving. What D says, the driver was involved in the accident, not necessarily because he was careless, right? But probably because the road was wet. B says the accident was caused more by the wetness of the road than by the driver's unnecessary carelessness. What are we thinking?
B.
So we already omitted A and C, correct? Because A and C is just totally out. Good. But what are we thinking? Either B or D.
D as in no.
All right, somebody tell me why you said B. And somebody tell me why you said D.
Sir, I wouldn't say D because at D, it's a probability. And in the original sentence, it did not say a probability. It says being due to the witness of the road.
Okay. All right. Somebody tell me why you said. Wait, so Ishmael, were you advocating for B or D?
B, sir. I was advocating for B. I was saying why wouldn't be D?
Okay, all right. So somebody I want to hear defend D.
I think it would be D because in the above statement it said that may have been, so they're not sure if it was, and in D it's saying that it probably, they use the word probably, which means that they're not sure. But in B it's sound as if they're actually sure that it was caused by the wet road and not by the unnecessary carelessness. So yeah.
All right. This is a heavy one. So let's look at it again. I like the arguments from both sides. So B says the accident was caused more by the wetness of the road, right, than by the driver's unnecessary carelessness, right? D says the driver was involved in the accident, not necessarily because he was careless, right, but probably because the road was wet. Good. The accident was caused more by the wet road than by the driver's unnecessary carelessness. Originally, I had B as the answer. However, hearing the arguments, I am more inclined to choose D. Now, Ishmael, you said that B, I think you were saying that B did not have the probability. What were you saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying, sir.
Wait, which one are you saying had the probability?
D had the probability, sir.
But that is what the question is originally say I'm talking about, you know.
Yes, sir.
It did not know for sure whether or not the accident may have been caused by the wetness of the road or the careless driving, right? But here in D, it said the driver was involved in the accident, not necessarily because he was careless, but probably because the road was wet. So both the wetness of the road and the careless driving are presented here as a probability in D. However, in B, right, the wetness of the road is less of the probability because they're saying that it's more by the wetness of the road rather than the driver's unnecessary carelessness. So as I said, I originally had B on my answer sheet, but hearing the argument, it's actually D. So D is actually the correct answer. We all understand why it's D?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
So let's move on to the other part.
So,
Number 14. At one time or another, every one of us succumbs to the cold, to the common cold. What do we think?
C.
D.
I'm hearing C, I'm hearing D. I'm hearing C and I'm hearing D. And I'm seeing both in the chat as well. C.
I think it is C.
Someone think it's C. All right, let's see. So we have excluded A and B. Good. So between C and D, let's read C first. All of us eventually will contract the cold, right? D says all of us will be able to resist the cold eventually. Now, the key word to understand in the original sentence is what?
Every.
Huh?
Every.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
One time. At one point.
Succumbs, sir.
Not necessarily. Look again.
Succumbs.
I mean, we all understand the concept of at one time. That is why you guys chose between C and D. Good, right? But here also the problem lies with the word succumbs. Anybody know what succumb means?
To contract.
Given.
To give in or to contract, as you said. So that is why it cannot be D, because the original sentence is speaking about contracting or giving in to the common cold, right? So all of us will eventually do what?
Catch the cold.
Catch the cold, give in to it, right? Not resist it. Good. So the answer is?
C.
The answer is C. All right. So we all understand as to why it's C?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
All right. Let's go again. 15. You have become tired in your preparations for examination during the last 2 months. So you must burn the candle at both ends during the week if you want to succeed. What are we thinking? What do we think? Long radius.
I say C.
One says C. But guys, remember, we'll have to read through all of them, you know. Read through all of them first because they're meant to trick you. Yeah? So read through all of them.
C.
All right. So people are saying C. Anybody, any other answer?
D.
Gabriel says D. Shante says D. I'm seeing C and D. All right, so let's look at the debate. He says if you want to pass your examination during this week, you must work doubly hard. See, since you were tardy during the last 2 months. D says, since you have not done much preparation for your examination during the last 2 months, this week, you must work doubly hard if you want to succeed. Now, what does it mean to burn the candle at both ends?
Work twice as
To work
hard.
harder.
Work hard.
Work harder,
Work
to work twice
harder.
as hard. Exactly, right? So let's look at it now. So the original sentence says you have become tired in your preparations for your examination during the last 2 months. So you must burn the candle at both ends if you want to succeed, right? All right. If you want to pass your examination during this week, you must work doubly hard since you were tardy during the last 2 months. D says, since you have not done much preparation for your examination during the last 2 months, this week you must work doubly hard if you want to succeed. Somebody tell me what's the difference between those two statements? C and D, what's the difference?
The word preparations.
The word?
Yeah. If
C is insinuating that the exam is during this week.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that C saying if you want to pass your examination during this week, you must work doubly hard since you were tardy during the last 2 months.
C is saying that the examination is for the week long, while in the question, it doesn't say that the examination is for the week. Do you get it?
All right. So what's the answer?
So the preparation is
what's the
preparation is the answer is D.
The answer is D. And I do in fact agree with you. And why? As Jerus and Temidayo both said that the question here says during this week. Also, there is another point as to why it cannot be C. Let me see. We have to analyze this properly now, guys. So that is one instance. There's another instance. Look at both of them, C and D, and tell me the difference. There's another difference in there. They're giving you two pieces as to why it cannot be C. Anybody else see it?
Well, I'm not sure if it's correct, but it says that you have to work hard. Probably when they say work hard, they don't mean like preparing for the exam.
Not necessarily, but look, go ahead, Chanel. One more, look again, Alan, go ahead, Chanel.
In C, it says you were tardy during the last 2 months, but in the original sentence, it says you were tardy in your preparation. So that would be another difference.
That's another difference. I didn't even see that one. But there's even one more. One more is left. Come on. Look again, guys.
The comma?
Not the comma and not the order of the sentence. Look one more time. Look hard. Look in the first sentence of C and the last sentence of D. That's the biggest hint. Not the candle.
Pass and succeed.
The difference between pass and succeed. The difference between pass and succeed. The original sentence had nothing to do with you passing the exam. What the original sentence spoke about was the success. So it's not about you just generally passing. It also spoke about the succeeding aspect of it. Good? So D, as we found 3 different reasons as to why it couldn't be C. Yeah? So there we go. The answer is definitely D. All right. Another hard area that many persons tend to mess upon, but here we go. Somebody read the instruction for me, please.
In the following sentences, one of the underlined words may be misspelled. Choose from the 3 options.
You're breaking up.
I'm not speaking. I'm not sure. It's probably Am I breaking up for anybody else? Yes, no, maybe so.
No, sir.
No, not really.
No, sir. No,
All
sir.
right, so let's check your device. I'm not so sure who said it, but let's check your device and probably refresh. Okay. All right. So let's go. Number 16. The secretary had made up a calendar of events, but there was not enough stationery to give each member a copy. No error. What are we thinking?
B.
That's a B.
B. Because
All right.
calendar.
Go ahead.
Calendar spelled wrong.
Calendar spelled wrong.
All right. What should it be?
CALENDAR.
E-R, it should be A-R.
B?
A-R.
B-A-R. Anybody know what a calendar is? It's actually a thing.
No,
it's a
sir.
press. A calendar is it's
Yes,
a
it's the
rolling
type
press.
of finishing given to garments.
Right. Good. All right. So the answer is definitely B. Let's go at number 17. After embarrassing his colleague, his concise brother, conscience bothered him. And he eventually apologized. No error. What are you thinking?
Conscience, sir. C.
I think I made it too obvious. Yes, it's C. There's supposed to be an S in front of it.
Between
all
the
right.
X and the C.
Exactly. Right. 18. After the incident, the boys traveled a different route back to school. No error.
C.
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 B.
I'm hearing B. Why was it
C, sir.
C.
C.
Difference
C, and I
is
hear
spelled
D.
wrongly.
All right. C is actually the answer. Travel is fine. Incident is fine. Good. It's C. All right. Number 19. His intelligence, rather than his height, was the deciding factor when considering him for the job.
B.
I.
B.
B.
Somebody spell height for me,
B as
please.
in boy.
C as, wait, B as in boy.
H-I-G-H-T.
So B. Everybody deciding on B?
Yes, sir.
All right. So B is in fact the answer. It's H-E-I. G-H-T. Yeah? All right. 20.
I have a question.
The receipt of his letter assured me.
He was breaking up.
Tell me that. You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Go ahead. You were saying? Am I?
Sir, number 15. It
number,
was D?
Right, number 15 was D.
Okay, thanks.
Got that?
Yes.
Right, number 15 was D. Okay, where are we now?
20.
20? Right, so answer for 20. Gabriel is saying D. Anybody else?
B, sir.
B. B, sir. It's supposed to be 2R.
Is it supposed to be? 2 R's? Talk to me, guys.
I don't think so.
Yes, sir.
B, right, 2 R's in occurrence. So OCCURRENCE. So B is the answer. Good? All right, let's continue. Number 20. Oh, all right. We have a big read. Who wants to read for me?
Me, sir.
Who wants to volunteer? Go ahead.
The oceans. To the prejudiced eyes of land-bound humans, the oceans seem like one continuous mass as homogeneous as outer space. To some extent, they are, and some marine creatures treat the whole maritime world as their oyster. Some of the great whales, for instance, lunge from the surface to the depths as a matter of course, and divided their feeding and breeding between the poles and the tropics. Equally striking to the marine scientist, however, is the variousness of the oceans. Each sea embraces several or indeed many distinct environments, each of which occupies a discrete zone. Some of these zones also vary of the moon, by season, and sometimes in cycle of several years. Hearing me, sir?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
And superimposed on all these variations in space and time are the more erratic influences of currents and of the influx of rivers. In short, patchiness in space and time is as much a feature of the oceans as it is of land. Indeed, patchiness is a great principle in ecology, though it is rarely singled out as such. Each oceanic zone has its characteristic creatures, sometimes a huge variety of different types, and sometimes only a few. But many creatures of all kinds spend part of their lives in one kind of environment and part in another. And because there are so many different ways of making a living in the oceans, so many permutations of habitats, there is a correspondingly huge variety of creatures, and many creatures take quite different forms and live in quite different ways at different stages of their lives. There are far fewer species in the oceans than on land. However, because there are no marine equivalents of the forest trees, and it is the trees that provide such a myriad of habitats for land-based creatures.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Let's look at 21. The writer's main purpose in this passage is to talk to people.
A.
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 A. Any different answers? D. I'm seeing D. Discuss the different creatures that live in the ocean. I'm hearing A. All right, why do you say it's D, Hawthorne? I want to hear from you. A. Kevin says A. All right.
Sir, it could maybe because it never given an example.
Are you sure your mic is a bit I'm not sure if it's just me, but your mic sounds a bit, I'm not sure. Just double check your mic or your connection. But I think Aisha was under the lines of it couldn't be D, and I agree. D is too specific. A really, accounts for everything that she spoke about, right? The very the different environments, the sea. So it's not just about the creatures, rather the whole diversity of the ocean, right? So I think A would have been the better answer. Good. Let's go to 22. The word prejudiced, line 1, is nearest meaning to the prejudiced eyes of land-bound humans, the ocean seems like one continuous mass of homogeneous as out to space. I am seeing 22 for B.
Yeah.
Did someone say A? I'm seeing B in the chat. Shantaya? All right, everybody's saying B, and B, and I do in fact agree that the answer is in fact B. So it's B. Good. 23. The writer says that the prejudiced eyes see the ocean as being, in quotation, as homogeneous as outer space, lines 1 to 2. This description suggests that the ocean seems to be, is it far away, full of shiny objects, full of different zones, the same continuous stretch of
D.
D.
23
as in dog.
D, and I in fact agree with you all. It is D. Right, it's D. I agree. Okay, so 24. Right, so 23 was D. 24, the statement, some maritime creatures treat the whole maritime world as their oyster, lines 2 to 3, suggests that, what are we suggesting?
D.
I am seeing people say
free to throw the oceans.
1 second, guys. Okay. Repeat. Repeat the answer.
D.
I'm seeing D, 24. Wait, no, where are we? 23 first. 23 first. 23 is D. I'm seeing D. I do in fact agree. It's a D. 23 is D.
Sir, I don't understand 23 answer.
Which one? 23?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it says the writer says, all right, wait, let me see if anybody wants to explain it first before I take a job at it. I want to hear you guys' opinion. Anybody? Okay. So 23 is D, the same continent. Okay. So when you think of outer space, we don't want to take this figuratively, right? No, we want to take it figuratively. We don't want to take it literally, right? So don't take it literally as it being outer space. What they use here is anybody know what the literary device here being used?
Simile.
It's a simile. Excellent. So what's the role of a simile? Tell me.
To compare
Is a part of speech as or like.
Right. So it's a comparing device that uses as or like, and in this case we use as. Good. So here it's not supposed to be taken literally, rather figuratively. Good. So what they're saying here is that it is as homogeneous, right, as outer space. So it's not that it's far away, not that it's full of shiny objects and different zones, but rather it is the same continuous stretch of water, just like how outer space is the same continuous stretch of space. Understood? Shantaya?
Yes, sir, but in an exam, I'd pick A.
You pick A?
Yeah.
No, but no, man, in this case, but all right, but tell me why would you pick A?
Because when it says homogeneous, I'm like, okay, it's the same as space, and space is far away from us in a way. So.
But all right, but also the key word here would have been homogeneous. Wait, let me see if Christian, did you have something to say before?
I was saying I use homogeneous to answer the question because it means same.
Right, the same throughout, right? So just like how when you look through space is just so vast and you know, same in terms of, you know, the space being the same space that we all look at, right? So it is just as similar, the same continuous stretch of water. That is where the homogeneous part of it would come in, the same continuous stretch of whatever. So it would have been the water in this case. Better now? Better understood? So that is why it's not A, because that's why the examiner would have wanted it to choose A, but rather the homogeneous aspect speaks of, you know, it being the same throughout. Right? A bit better now, Shantaya?
Yes, sir.
As Christian said that she used a homogeneous to help her out in that aspect. All right, 24. The statement, some maritime creatures treat the whole maritime world as their oyster, suggests that they, 24, that they live in oysters, feed on oysters. I'm hearing, wait, did you say B, Shantaya, or D?
D for dog.
Dog, okay. Shantaya is saying D. Let me see if there are any other answers. I'm seeing D in the chat. I see a C. It's in one part of the all. All right, tell me why you guys chose D. Why did we choose D? Anybody?
Just a question. Are oysters the things that live in the sea creatures that live in the sea that has in the pearls?
Right.
Sure, because it's some kind of figurative device, or it's figuratively speaking.
So what is it saying there? What is their oyster in this case?
Somewhere where you feel safe to move about, real, basically.
Anybody else? I like that answer. Anybody else?
Sir, I'm agreeing with him.
Agreeing? All right. So when it's a general phrase that means like you can go anywhere you want or do anything where you want. So that is why D would have been the best answer to speak about moving freely throughout the oceans and such. Yes? So D is in fact the answer. Good? All right, let's look at 25. According to the passage, patchiness, line 13 refers to, what are we saying?
Sir, can you scroll back up to line 13?
For 13? Or you want to the passage? Okay, line 13 is here. So in short, patchiness in time, in space and time, is as much a feature of the oceans as it is of land. Indeed, patchiness here is a great principle in ecology, though it is rarely singled out as such. What are we saying? Anybody? Oh, let me go back to that answer. Can see. Anybody?
Sir, variation A.
I'm hearing A. Okay.
A.
Anybody else? A, I'm hearing as well. A in the chat. The answer is in fact a variation. Good? All right, let's move quicker because I want to do 3 papers in 3 hours. So an hour per paper. So let's go. We have to move quick now, guys. Which of the following best describes the type of writing in the passage? What are we saying?
B.
What type of
C.
Am I hearing?
B.
C.
I see B and I see C. B is narrative, C is informative. What is narrative, guys?
Isn't that
Love story?
It's like a
story.
A story.
Right, narrative more relates to a story. But here, what the writer is just doing what? Giving us general
Knowledge.
information, general knowledge.
Information.
So it's an informative passage. Let's look at 27. According to the passage, which of the following statements is false? There are more species in the ocean than on land. There are more species on land than in ocean. More ocean creatures divide their time in different parts of the ocean, or many sea creatures take different forms at different stages of their lives. What are we thinking? When we go back to the passage, you can see. What are you saying?
I say A.
I hear A.
It's mentioned somewhere that there's more species on land.
27 is in fact A. Good job, guys. 28. The clause, there are so many different ways of making a living in the oceans, refers to 28?
D.
D. Okay. D.
B.
Yeah.
I'm seeing A. I'm seeing D. Let's go to it. Line 16 to 17. 16. And because there are so many different ways of making a living in the ocean, so many permutations of habitats, there's a correspondingly huge variety of creatures, and many creatures take quite different forms and live in quite different stages. Okay, so what are we saying? Who does it refer to?
Marine creatures.
The marine creatures. The marine creatures, exactly. The answer is D. All right, another long one. Here we go. Read the following passage carefully and then answer the item based on what stated or implied. Anybody wants to volunteer? Well, we have to read quick. Anybody?
I will read, sir.
Go ahead.
There were 3 chimpanzees. I came to know them well. They were young and nimble, yet with that over-anxious, ancient of days expression of their kind. They would play for hours around a sapling outside my door, climbing and falling and wrestling with the exaggerated and over-emphatic tumbling of professional acrobats. It was impossible to believe in their naivety, so obviously did they show off to any passerby. They developed for myself first a powerful curiosity, which caused them to peer forever through a window, wrapped around each other in intricate patterns, and then, I rather believe, a certain affection, or at least tolerance, at which stage they would knock on the door to be admitted. I came to feel very warmly about the apes. They would sit for hours on the floor beside my doorway, embracing each other with their 6 dark, sorrowful eyes fixed intently upon me. If I turned a page or crossed my legs, they would stare quietly, nudging each other. To chance my trousers in these circumstances became also an embarrassment. So intensely was the process observed. There was one genuinely startling moment. I was working beside the window, grinding out from the typewriter whatever contemporary nonsense was required. In fact, a fragment of this book. When I glanced around and there were the monkeys in a row by the doorway, beating out a ragged tattoo with their fingers on the floor, a very reasonable imitation. Sorry, I cannot see the top of this screen. The chimpanzees showed interest in the mechanics of writing, more so in the process of drawing. One evening when I was sketching in the plantation, I felt those questing, reflective eyes on me again, and a group of leathery fingers reached out gently for the crayon. It occurred to me that whatever the chimpanzee did with it would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing myself, and I surrendered it. The effect was gripping. To begin with, the chimpanzee darted and slashed at the paper in an uncontrolled way, tearing the sheet, sometimes missing it altogether. Surprisingly, soon a kind of intention came over him, and on the 3rd or 4th fresh lead, he began to draw. There is no other word to describe what in the fact that Ape was doing.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's look at verse number 29. Which of the following phrases is used in lines 1 to 15 to compare the chimpanzees with professional acrobats? What are we saying? 29. C, Gabriel says. Lines 2 to 3. They were young and nimble, yet with that over-anxious, ancient of days expression of their kind. They would play for hours. What are we saying?
A.
Someone says A. 29.
A.
A. So I do in fact in all right, someone says D. I in fact agree with A, the young and nimble. Right? D, wrapped in intricate patterns, not necessarily. C, exaggerated and over-emphasized, tumbling, not necessarily. I understand that viewpoint, but not necessarily. Over-anxious expression, no. I think 29 is in fact A, right? Young and nimble. Good? Them playing for hours and such. The over-emphatic tumbling wouldn't necessarily be acrobatic, type thing, but young and nimble would have really been it. Anybody knows what nimble means? I think that would have also helped. Anybody nimble? So nimble speaks about, Kevina? Oh no. Okay. So right, so A. So nimble speaks about, you being quick, quick-witted, quick and light movement and such, right? So I do in fact agree that answer is A. 30, when the author says that he came to feel very warm about the apes, lines 18 to 19, means that he, number 30, when you feel warmly about someone, or something?
A.
What are we saying? Someone says A. Someone says A. Mark?
A.
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 A. Okay. Answer is in fact A. Developed a genuine liking for the chimpanzees. 31. The genuinely startling moment referred to in lines 27 to 28 was caused by the lines 27 to 28. What are we saying?
B.
Genuinely starting. I'm hearing B. Let's look at lines 27 to 28. 26, 27. There was one genuinely startling moment. I was working beside the window, grinding out from the typewriter whatever nonsense was required. In fact, a fragment of this book. When I glanced around, and there were the monkeys in a row by the doorway, beating out a ragged tattoo with their fingers on the floor. Very reasonable imitation. What are we saying? I'm seeing in the chat A, 31. I think so. Anybody else? Anybody else?
A, sir.
Why couldn't it be D?
Why couldn't it be?
D.
D or B?
D as in dog.
Okay. So when I have to double check, but I think the beating out a rag tattoo, it's I think it's an expression for drumming. I have to double check, but that's when that's what the monkeys were doing at the time. They're doing a tuneful drumming on the floor, right? So them beating out the rag tattoo was well 32 will give us the answer, but 31 would have been the monkeys tuneful drumming on the floor. That was a genuinely startling moment. So the imitation of the writers typing by the monkeys wasn't that, yeah. And also we'll see it here. So in number 32, can you tell me the answer for 32 then?
D.
D?
A.
A.
I'm hearing A.
D.
A.
Huh?
D.
31 answers A, right?
D?
Is
31
it
answers A.
31's answer is in fact A, yes.
So 32 answers A as well.
32 is?
A.
I'm hearing A. Anybody else?
Or can it be C?
C.
Number 30 was A. Sir, you are right. I searched it up. A signal on a drum, beat, or trumpet at night for soldiers and sailors to go to their quarters and knock it. Right. Thank you, Serena. Right. So 32 wouldn't have necessarily been A, but I think it would have been C. Yes, Kevina. It's actually C. It's a rhythmical tapping. So it's not necessarily a tuneful rhythm, but a rhythmical tapping. Good. The 32 was C. Let's look at 33 quickly. Oh gosh, they don't know 2 already. And I want to finish, but all right, let's go. We'll move faster, guys. Let's go. When the author said that the monkeys showed interest in the mechanics of writing, he means that they 33.
B.
I'm hearing B. Anybody else?
C.
I'm hearing C.
B.
I'm hearing B. Nicole. Anybody else?
B, sir.
In the chat, I'm saying B. I, in fact, agree that answer is B. That they were curious about how things were put on paper. That is what led to them taking away the crayons, right? So them showing interest is not necessarily grabbing the stuff, but rather them being curious about how things were put on paper. Good? Guys, if you don't understand, stop me, because I'm gonna go a bit faster now, because I want to go through 3 papers with you guys. Good? So let's go. As used in line 39, questing means what exactly? 34. I'm seeing C.
C.
I'm seeing C. It is in fact C, inquisitive, questing. Okay, 35. The writer surrendered the crayon to the chimpanzee because, anybody?
B.
I'm seeing B.
B. B. B.
It's in fact B. Good job. Felt that the chimpanzee could do no worse than him. We can infer the effect was gripping. What are we talking about here? From line 44, let me double check. Line 44, let's start from one above. It occurred to me that whatever the chimpanzee did was with it, scarcely be more futile. That was the answer for the one above than what I was doing myself, and I surrendered it. If the effect was gripping, what are we talking about?
So the effect of letting go the crayon?
No, well, the effect of seeing what they were doing.
A.
I in fact agree. It's A. He was in fact amazed at what they were doing. Good? A. Good job. Let's go 37. The passage can be described as?
A as well.
All right, that's more narrative. Good job. All right, I'm going to read this one. Accounting. Nights too warm for TV were flung outdoors to the porch. Citronella candles scenting the space between us, our faces aglow in gold light. She crowds the card table with coin banks and abacus, $5 and $10 rolling paper or tidy ledger. I count, line the coins in neat rows, the abacus clicking out or worth. How much can we save? Stack up against the seasons. Winter coming, her tightly braided hair turning white, her hands quick, filling the paper casings like homemade sausage. There's money in the bank downtown, but this we'll keep at home, buried in jars beneath the house, the crawl space filling up, packed solid as any foundation. And I know an abacus, as they give here, a little asterisk, it's a device for making calculations. Let's go. The activity described in the poem is?
A.
A?
A.
A?
B, counting money.
B?
B.
B? All right, why you guys say A?
B. It just seems like gambling.
Just seems like
And in line 5, it says
made reference to the IKEA stored in the bank.
All right, I like that, man. But we also have to look at what? What's very important to look at a poem? The first thing we're supposed to look at a poem is what? The title. The title. The title gives us key information as to what we need to answer the questions. It speaks of accounting. It mentions an abacus, right? Which is a device for making calculations. So we have to go through this a bit slower. Also in verse stanza 9, I count, line the coins in neat rows. The abacus clicking out our worth. How much can we save? So things like these we have to look for, right? So don't be quick to answer. Good. So an abacus is a device. See here. So like for certain words that they feel that you might not know, they asterisk it, and the definition is down here. A device for making calculations. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys know that
like if you go on primary school, the look a board thing with the
wait, let me see if I can pull up an image for you. 1 second. An abacus is a clicking thing. Okay, here it is. Here it is. 1 second. Okay, are we seeing it?
Yes, sir.
So that's what an abacus is. The little clicking thing. So it's used to count. That's what they used to count.
Oh, that's we did in primary school, I think in grade 2. Yes.
Yes. Long time. Right? So that's the abacus that they used to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So before they had the calculator and so, this was their calculator. Good? All right. Let's jump back. Where are we now? So
sir, the answer is B.
So the answer is B, right? Counting money. 39. She in the poem is most likely
A.
thrifty. Correct. Line 3 of the poem is an example of. All right. Let's look at it. Line 3 says citronella candles scenting the space.
Alliteration.
I'm hearing alliteration.
B.
What are we saying?
C.
What's an alliteration?
C. The repetition of the first letter, the sound of the first letter.
All right. So let me. So many persons also thought assonance, but let me tell you the difference. So I'm gonna. All right, let me just tell you all of them. So the euphemism is using other words to replace that may replace others. Good. So let's instead of using right. So instead of like using passed away, you probably use died, for example. An alliteration is when you use a bunch of similar consonants, right, in a row. So, my pickle pepper pal, Polly. That would have been an alliteration. Good. But an assonance is when you use the vowels in a row. So, for example, rabbit, whacked, ear, all of them have the A. Good. So, the alliteration would have been what? The citronella candles, the 2 C's, and the scenting the space, the 2 S's. Good. So the answer is a C, right? The alliteration. Got that?
Excuse me, sir, what is 39?
39 was A, thrifty.
Sir, about alliteration. Sir, I thought it had to, although both begins with C, sir, I thought both C sound had to make the same sound. Like, I thought both of them either have to be hard or both of them has to be soft.
No, man, not necessarily. As long as they're the same consonants. So just like how you have the citronella candles, and you have the scenting the space. You see it? Are we seeing it? The 2 C's and the 2 S's, citronella candles, scenting the space. Yes. That's the alliteration aspect of it. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Everybody seeing that? Yes? No, maybe so?
Yes, sir.
All right, yes. Good. Let's look at 41. 41. She crowds the card table. Means that?
A.
Huh?
Is it A?
A. Anybody has any different has a different response? C. She sits close to the card table. Anybody has a different response?
I say C too.
Is it C? The answer is A.
A.
She crowds the card table. What does crowd mean?
You gather.
You gather or you occupy, right? So whenever someone crowds something, they're exhausting the limit. Good. So she's packing the card table. So the card table is packed. A. Let's go 42.
Oh, so she's packing she's packing the table with cards. Is that
no? She what she's doing here is that she's counting money, but she's doing it on a card table. Yeah. That's why I said that she crowds the card table. So it's not necessarily that. So remember, with poems, guys, don't take it literally. Good, because how many letters put it? They want to be as figurative as possible. Good. So they pack the card table with cards. No, it means that here she was counting money, but she used a card table instead. So instead of using a regular table, she just use a card table instead. But that's what they want to do. They want to throw you off. Good?
Yes, sir.
So it means that the card table is packed. Good? 42. The comparison between the paper casings and homemade sausages. Refers to 42.
Can you scroll back to the line, please?
Oh, lines 14 to 15. Here it is. Her hands quick, filling the paper casings like homemade sausage. What are we saying?
Is it shape C?
I'm hearing shape.
Quantity.
Quantity. All right. This gave me quite a debate. The comparison between paper casings and homemade sausages. What do we know about homemade sausages? Anybody?
Sir, they're in the shape of a cylinder, I guess.
They're cylindrical in shape, right? So the comparison between the paper casings and homemade sausages, let's look at it. Filling the paper casings like homemade sausage. So what do we think the answer is again? What do we say the answer is?
D.
I agree. It's shape. The crawl space, line 19, most likely refers to?
B for boy.
B, crawl space. I agree.
Yeah.
So the low. Oh, line 19. The crawl space filling up, packed solid as any foundation. So what do you say?
A.
A. Okay, I agree. The answer is
B.
Wait, hold on. Who said the answer is 43?
I said maybe it could be B.
Maybe it could be
B.
B as in boy.
Yeah.
I agree. One second.
Sir, so what about C?
What about C? Very slow movement? Not necessarily. The crawl space. Anybody knows what a crawl space is? Wait, I'm hearing a sound.
Maybe tight.
Are you guys hearing that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Like somebody push them to.
Sir, maybe tightly packed or close in proximity.
I would agree that it's
C,
B.
sir. Very slow.
I would say B. The crawl space is anybody know what a crawl space is?
Like an unoccupied area.
Not necessarily an unoccupied area, but rather a tight area.
You can't do much in
Right, you can't do much movement. And also, she said that it's at a low point in her house, line 19.
Yes, sir, like it should be under the floorboard or something.
Right, beneath the house. So the crawl space. One second, guys. One second, I'm hearing this sound. I'm not sure, guys. Just check it. If you're not speaking, check if your mic is unmuted, please.
Sir, it's Kayla, no, sir.
Kayla? No, man, it's not Kayla. I think it's Temidaya. Check your mic. I'm not sure if it's Temidaya. Okay. Where are we now? So the crawl space, as I was mentioning, it's a tight space under the house, right? That you can only access through literally crawling. Good? So the crawl space would have been a very low, cramped area. Yeah? So the crawl space is not the foundation of the house, not necessarily a large container. And the crawl space itself, it facilitates slow movement, but it is not, just slow movement. It's what it is entirely. It's a low, cramped area. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, good. The money is being saved to 44.
D.
D.
Yeah.
I'm hearing D. Anybody else agree? Right,
C.
right, Kerry. The crawl space is in fact a small space in a building, and Kevin has said that has limited
44
space.
C.
44 C.
D. As in dog.
All right, why do you guys just C and why is it D? I want to hear it quickly. Why is it C?
Sir, the last line. This.
The last line. Pack solid is as any
No, not the last line. For like
Here? No, it would have been
9:16.
9:16. There's money in the bank downtown, but this we'll keep at home, buried in jars beneath the house.
Oh.
So are we still saying C, or are we saying D?
No, so that's C.
A.
B, sir.
D. All right. Everybody said D, raise your hand. Let me see. Everybody that says D, raise your hand. How much raise hands can I see? All right, quite a few. All right. If you said B, raise your hand. If you say A, raise your hand. All right. If you said D, let me see your hand. Okay. The answer in this case for 44 is D, to safeguard against the winter. Why do I say that? Here, they're saying, yes, the money is in the bank downtown, but we'll keep this at home. So they're saying that there is money already in the bank. Good. But if you remember up here, right, it said, how much can we save, stack up against the season, the winter coming? Yeah. So we have to read it in its entirety. It's to safeguard against need in winter. Are we seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Sir,
45.
explain why it couldn't be B.
Why couldn't be? B?
B, sir.
B as in boy? Packaging,
Yes,
paper
sir.
casing? But that is one of the benefits, but that's not the sole reason as to why the money is being saved. You see? So it's not just to package it in paper casings. Yeah? That's probably a means of organization, but that's not as to why it is being saved. You see?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it's not just to package the money in paper casings, but rather to safeguard against the need that may arise in the winter. The phrase solid as any foundation, what do we think that suggests?
C.
C.
Made the owner feel.
I think C. Let's look at it. There's money in the bank downtown, but this we'll keep at home, buried in jars beneath the house. The crawl space filling up, packed solid as any foundation. All right. Solid as any foundation.
B.
What are we saying?
B, sir, B.
B.
I'm hearing B.
B.
What are we saying? B?
B as in boy.
B as in boy.
B.
B,
I
sir.
agree. I think it's B. Yes, it made them feel secure, but solid as any foundation in this case would have referred to the huge foundation that would have been buried. Get me? Got it? But you get it? Yeah? No, maybe so?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right. Another quick read. Music too loud, I can't study. The editor, I just can't take it anymore. I just can't take the noise forced on me by a restaurant and bar located across the street. The noise is unbearable, and I cannot concentrate on my studies. I'm writing the CSEC exams in May, June this year, and I must pass all my subjects. I'm attending a reputable girls' school, and I want to achieve good grades to get into the CAPE class. I work hard, and every report so far indicates that I am an above average student. I want to make my mother proud. She's a hard-working woman, especially since my father passed away 2 years ago. We have been struggling to make ends meet without complaint. But I must complain now because the restaurant and bar is intent on frustrating my ambitions and the sacrifices my mother is making. I appreciate the help of the government in providing opportunities for education, but this is going to be futile unless it is possible to make full advantage of them. Can you imagine having to struggle with a math problem with thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums and everything in the house jumping up and down as if the place is haunted? Can you imagine speaking to a classmate about homework and you can't hear each other? Can you imagine stuffing cotton in your ears in order to get some sleep? Can you imagine just trying to explain to your teacher that you didn't do your homework or that you sleep in class because of the noise coming from the restaurants and bar. The noise coming from this place is a serious obstacle that I am unable to overcome. I am seeking help in dealing with it. Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking to ask them to turn down the music because I want to study or just to get some sleep? I understand that residents have been calling the police, but the response has been ineffective. At the moment of writing this letter Sunday 19 at 9:30 a.m., they are blasting away after going late into last night. Under the guise of Carnival, they will continue their merciless onslaught. From Carnival Friday night right up to Ash Wednesday morning, they will continue non-stop. There will be total madness. The words, "I just can't take it anymore," question 46, line 1, imply that the writer is?
13.
C?
Yes, sir.
13, I agree. 47. 47, the repetition of "I" in the first paragraph can be best interpreted as highlighting the writer's
point of view.
Exactly. Frustration.
46.
B.
46 was C and 47 is B, frustration. 48, which of the following devices does the writer use in paragraph 2 to explain her plight? Paragraph 2.
B.
Was it pun, litotes,
B.
contrast, or
B.
It's rhetorical question, sir, because she continuously saying, can you imagine?
Exactly. Rhetorical question. Which of the following words best conveys the emotion that the writer is seeking to arouse in the reader?
Empathy.
Empathy.
B.
B. That's correct. 50. The following sentence, "I work hard on every report so far," indicates that I am an above average student. Line 5 suggests that the writer is?
C.
So the writer?
C.
Wants to sustain this. That's correct. 51.
C.
Yes, 50 was C. 51. Jumping up and down as if the place is haunted. Line 12. Example of which following device?
Personification.
Personification.
But sir, it have as
No, sir. Simile.
D.
Someone says D. Someone says. What are we saying? What's the answer? Give me the final answer.
So it can be assimilated because it have as.
I am more inclined to say a simile.
Because of it has like.
It
has like.
As in this case. Similes compare by using as or like. So it can have either like or as. So it's more of a simile, right? I understand the personification, but the personification doesn't necessarily use the as or the like. Good?
Okay, sir.
So an example of a personification would have been like the smiling sun, right? Giving
The pregnant clouds.
The pregnant clouds, right? Stuff like that. So once we see the use of the as or the like, we automatically jump to the simile. However, if we didn't see the as or if this house said the haunted or the jumping house solely, that would have been a personification. However, what it said, jumping up and down as if, would have been a simile. Good? All right, let's look at 52. What effect does the writer achieve when she says, "Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking?" Line 19 to 20.
Is it C?
Criticism for their actions.
C.
I'm hearing C. That's it? Any other answers?
A.
I'm hearing A. Let me read it. Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking? What do they want? What are they trying to achieve?
D as in dog.
Which one? D as in dog? Why you say D? Why you say C? Why you say B? Why you say A?
Sir, it's A because they want the reader to admire the mother's action. She was being brave.
Oh, yeah, I was inclined to say A, but something kind of stirred me away from it. Any other answers? A is a close guess though.
B.
B, why you say B? I'm seeing the chat said B as well.
Miss, sir, I think it is B.
So tell me why you say B, you can't just think.
I say B as well.
Why you guys say B?
Sir, she want the reader to be shocked that that the mother consider going. No, she want him to be aware that the mother actually go over there and tell them to turn down the music.
So can you imagine? Let's hear. Can you imagine the mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to a bar in the midst of riotous drinking? Look at the shock in that. Because they shouldn't have to go over there just exactly, Renisha. Right? So in this case, it would have been shock. I was shocked. Imagine your mother and your 16-year-old daughter, right? Going to a place in the midst of riotous drinking. Can you imagine that? So I was saying admiration at first, yes. However, in reading more into it, I think they want to express some sort of shock. With the shock, they would have said, but no man, somebody needs to do something about that. You understand? So they not only do they want admiration, but the main thing that they're trying to achieve from this is the initial shock of the reader. Right? So yes, I understand the admiration aspect of it. Yes, I understand the criticism. Not necessarily the scorn, but it's more the shock from the reader. You understand that? And the men can attack them, and that's what I'm saying, Travis. That is the bravery about it. Yes, that's why I tell you that A is a close one, because there's some aspects of bravery. However, what the reader wants to achieve from this is not only say, yes, good job, you guys are brave. However, what they want is for the reader to develop some sort of shock, so along with them they can act on it. You get it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's look at 53. The last line of the passage expresses the view that carnival will be more festive. B, the writer's mother will quarrel with the restaurant owner. C, the writer will become hysterical. And D, the noise atmosphere will get worse. I agree and says D. This kind of writing is best described as
descriptive.
Descriptive.
Persuasive.
Descriptive. D.
Persuasive. I agree. I think it's more persuasive than descriptive. Yet it doesn't really describe as much as it tries to persuade. And how do they try to persuade in this instance? Tell me, what do they use?
Empathy.
The empathy as well as the
questions.
Rhetorical questions. Exactly. So that is where the empathy aspect of it would come in. Good? All right.
Yes, sir.
Where are we now? So, all right, we're going to read the following information carefully and answer questions 55 to 60. But how I do this, to be real honest with you, I don't read this. I just go to the questions and go back up because that's the best way to me. Right? So let's go. Let's see how best we can do that. What is the birth name of the author? So we're looking for an author. What's the birth name of the author? So this is the basically a timeline of a person, right? Like what did they do in each year? Yeah. So tell me, what's the birth name of the author?
May 25th, 1949.
All right. Anybody has any different answer? May 25th? No, but no, the birth name.
Oh, the name. Sorry.
Richardson.
Elaine Potter Richardson. So that would have been C. Good job. Let's look at the next one. According to the chronology, when did the author publishing career start? Somebody tell me. When did their publishing career start?
1974. 1974.
1974, that's B, that's correct. What was the author's first job in the United States?
A domestic helper.
Domestic helper.
Domestic helper. And that is D. Good job. 58. In what year did the author return to Antigua? What year?
Sorry, can I go back up, please?
(1986).
1986, and that would have been D. Let's look at 59. According to the chronology, how many years separated the author's two children? So we're going to do a little bit of maths. All right, I'll go back down. Did somebody get the answer?
3 years.
3 years. I'm hearing 3 years. Anybody else?
3 years.
3 years. All right, where the two children? What year? What year did she have the first one?
1985.
1985. Daughter Annie was born. Where was the second one?
The son was born in
1989.
So let's do the maths. 9 minus 5.
4.
4.
4 years.
So it's 4 years. Come guys, we can make simple maths skill with. 59 is 4. B. 60. Under which name did the authors publish the book, The Autobiography of My Mother? So we see that it was published in 1996, but we want to know under what name.
Is it D?
Is it D? It is in fact D. Jamaica Kincaid. Anybody else? So everybody understand
Where
this
are
one?
you gonna find that answer, sir?
Where would you find the answer? All right, let's look at it again. So we see that her name was originally Elaine Potter Richardson. Good. But we see in 1973, she changed her name to Jamaica Kincaid. We didn't see any other name change, but she wrote the book Autobiography of My Mother. We see it?
Yes, sir.
So there's a little analysis, and we find out that it's not Elaine Richardson, not Elaine Richardson, but it was Jamaica Kincaid. All right. So do you guys want to take a break now? You want a 5-minute break, or you want to just jump into the next question? You guys tell me. Let me do a poll.
Jump into the next question.
Jump into the next one, please.
Enter into the next one. You guys ready? Now the
Yes,
energy?
sir.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
Yes, sir.
2014. It says each sentence in this section has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. Her criticism was what? Constructive and honest, with no blank whatsoever.
Malice.
A.
What does all right? So we need the meaning of those. So what does the malice? What does malice mean?
Like
Bad
intention.
Any bad intention, any ill will. That's good. What does candor mean? Anybody? Being open, being honest, being frank. Coherence means in a logical order, and directness just being upfront, straightforward, right? So what's the answer that we're looking for? Without any?
A.
Is correct, and then without any malice, without any ill will. Number 2, because she, let me zoom in a bit so you guys can see this a bit better. Because she had worked all day, the helper was blank the task of preparing supper.
B.
B.
Relieved of.
D.
D in the top.
Boy.
B.
Boy, sir. Boy.
Boy. I agree. I think it's relieved of the task. Because she worked all day, she was relieved of the task. Good. Parents should try to blank their children so that they may eventually become blank. What are we saying?
D.
D, educate and self-sufficient. I agree. Number 4, justice. D, right. D was D. Number 4, justice must be seen to be done, for blank treatment can cause great blank. What are we saying?
Cat.
Cat?
No, sorry, not cat.
4. Justice must be seen to be done for blank treatment. Can cause A.
Sir, what is number 3?
Number 3 was D, and number 4 is in fact A. Number 5. There are many who would try to blank your efforts because of their jealousy.
C.
B.
C. B. C. B. What are we saying?
B or C.
C, sir, C.
Thwart. They don't want to assist your efforts because of jealousy. They don't want to affect your efforts because they want something more negative. Affect just means have an impact on, and it's not necessarily just having the impact. They want to thwart, and they definitely don't want to encourage. So they want to thwart. Thwart means to make something worse. All right, now let's read the
What was
instruction.
the answer for number 5?
Number 5 was C, thwart. Good? All right. Each sentence in the section is followed by 4 options. Choose the nearest in meaning to the original sentence. Be sure to read all 4 choices before you select your answer. His books are interesting and provocative. I can never tell that word, guys. Provocative. Yes, let's go. So his books are interesting and provocative. Let's go. Number 6.
He looking mad. Nice.
He looking mad. I like it. C is in fact the answer. His books are appealing and stimulating. Good. Cigarettes have been linked to lung cancer, and strangely enough, so has bacon. What are you saying for this answer? 7.
B. D.
B. I agree with B. It is rather peculiar that bacon, like cigarettes, is connected with lung cancer. It is strange that bacon, quite unlike cigarettes, is linked to lung cancer. So it can't be A. Some people are saying D. Cancer of the lungs links cigarettes and, strangely enough, bacon. Cancer of the lungs links cigarettes and, strangely enough, bacon. All right. We're seeing also B. It is rather peculiar that bacon, like cigarettes, is connected with lung cancer. Or is it D? Cancer of the lungs links cigarettes and, strangely enough, bacon. What are we saying? What are we saying, guys? What's the answer? B or D?
Sir, D, sir.
C.
Why you say B and not B?
D, sir.
Why are we saying B or D? Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Quick.
I say B.
Why you say B?
Dog, sir.
I hear. So explain, guys. I want to hear quickly. Explain why you said B and why you said D. Come, guys. You have to learn how to defend it. Come. Anybody? Why you said B? Why you said D?
I said D because strangely enough is in the original sentence and strangely enough is in the
handling.
So cancer of the lungs, lung cancer, links cigarettes and, strangely enough, bacon. Or is it?
I say B because it's more following the train of the sentence. It's saying that it's very strange that bacon is linked to cancer with cigarettes.
I agree. All right, where are we now? 8. The people in the market. Oh, the answer is D, as in dog. Yes, dog. Number 8. The people in the market were as varied and curious as the wares they offered for sale. So wares means pottery products and such that are offered. Rare or unusual objects. Yeah. So what are we saying? I'm seeing D.
D.
Yes, D is in fact answer. The wares for sale in the market were as different and strange as the people selling them. That's correct. All right, number 9. According to the witness, she did not see the accused man near the scene of the crime. What are we saying? What are we saying?
Boy, sir.
Is it
Boy?
B?
B. Boy, sir.
Boy,
B.
sir.
B as in, so boy?
Boy, sir.
I hear people say A as well. The witness testified that he did
Sir, it
not
cannot
see.
be A.
B, sir.
B, sir. B. The crime. He's saying that he didn't see them near the crime, sir.
Okay. So the answer is in fact, tell me.
Boy.
B.
That's correct. All right. Number 10. The result of the flooding was some financial loss to those farmers whose crops were destroyed. Tell me now.
Is it C?
C.
C?
C.
Any other answer? Are we all agreeing on C?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Wait, I'm seeing Rose Harder and
Sir, I want to say A.
Why you guys say A and not C?
Sir, in the original sentence, it says those farmers, referring to like a group. But in C, it's saying all the farmers, which is totally different.
Right, sir. Yes, sir.
Exactly. Exactly. We have to be careful of the wording, guys. And I'm telling you, that is the aim of this. We want to match the close sentence, right? The closest sentence to the thing. So when you compare A and C, yes, they're both close. However, as Serena said, we have to look at what the question is, what the original sentence says. All the farmers, when you compare it to some farmers who lost money. Good. So we have to be careful to those of those questions, of those answers. Good. Anybody?
Number 10.
Somebody saying something?
What's the answer for number 10?
Number 10 is A.
Thanks.
Yeah. We have to be careful of the wording of the sentences. So for this one, we're choosing some of the sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, vocabulary, etc. Some are acceptable. So choose the one underlined, part A, B, C, or D, that's appropriate. Good. So one of the admirable characteristics of the young is that they are not easily scared. What are we saying?
D.
No
D?
error, sir.
No error. Travis says C. Why is it C, Travis? D, C, D, C.
How is it C?
How is it C? How is it D? Tell me how
Probably
it's C. I want
because
to
they
know.
say the is. And then they say an on.
What is the subject of the sentence, guys?
Characteristics is the subject.
Characteristics.
So that's why it would be a singular.
What's the subject of the sentence?
Characteristics, sir.
And that is why it would use a what?
A plural thing.
Exactly.
Not singular, plural. Yes, sir.
Exactly. So that is why it's D. No error. Peter now have influenza and so is unable to participate in the inter-school games.
Sir. A.
Anybody? Come
Have
on,
should be has.
Have should be has. Good. The rest of the team was not in no mood to continue the game and went off the field.
Not in no is a double
B.
B.
All right, so a double negative is a?
No.
Is what? All right, just follow this rule. A double negative is a positive. Good? Not in no mood means that you're in the mood.
Yes, sir.
So we as Jamaicans, we love say, well, I am not in no mood to do nothing. That means they're actually in the mood to do something. It's a double negative equal a positive. Good? A negative times a negative equal a positive. Simple maths. So the rest of the team was actually in the mood. That's what the sentence is saying. So to correct the sentence, what would it change?
Not in any mood.
All right. Or not in the mood or so. Yeah? So either not in any mood or not in the mood. Good? Either can work. All right, 14. Too much students enter the competition.
It should be
Only one of them.
Many can be counted.
So what's the difference between much and many?
Many can be counted.
And much cannot.
Much is
Good.
infinite.
So too many students. A. The exhibition is expected to be a major attraction not only to adults but particular to school children in that area. What was saying?
I think it's particularly.
It should be particularly. Yes. Particularly. So that's C. All right. Select the option A, B, C, or D that best describes each of the sentences and mark the choice on the answer sheet. Good? All right. So either A, the sentence is too wordy, that is repetitive or contains redundancies. Is it either B, the sentence contains cliches or misused metaphors, the sentence is incorrect grammatically or faulty in diction, or that the sentence is acceptable? Good. All right, let's read 16. He advanced a step or two to meet his attacker, who suddenly became alarmed and retreated back 4 or 5 paces.
Redundant.
Yes, sir.
You can't say retreated back.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're saying that the answer is in fact A. It is too wordy. He advanced a step or two. We don't need that, a step or two. Also retreated back as I think Nicole said. Good. So, and 4 or 5 paces. So just using too much redundancy. You don't need to say 4 or 5. The Chernobyl accident gave a grim but timely reminder of to our shrinking world that no nation can hope to isolate itself from the horrendous effects of a major nuclear disaster. What are we saying? Anybody? What are we saying for that one?
D.
C.
D.
Sounds more like a cliche.
C, sir. Me want to C.
I'm hearing D, I'm hearing B, I'm hearing A. Pick one.
But for number 18?
Sir, C. 17.
All right. I agree with one person. Well, with a set of person. The answer for number 17 is that it's perfectly fine as it stands. No error. Nothing at all. It's descriptive, but there's no error in the sentence. It's fine as it stands. Got that? Do we agree?
Yes, sir.
Fine as it stands. The politician hammered the nail of his argument into the leafy minds of his audience, who had come to hear him speak on the difficult subject of monetary policy. What do you say?
B. B, sir. Boy.
B.
B. B. Boy, sir.
Boy. B.
I'm hearing D, I'm hearing B. What are we saying?
Boy, sir.
B. B as in boy.
All right, number 18 is in fact B. Cliches. Leafy minds. That's the first I'm hearing leafy minds. Just too much cliches, misused metaphors, hammer the nail of his argument. Misused. All right, number 19. Seldom do people declare that they are not the products of their environment. What are we saying for that?
D.
Dog.
I'm hearing dog. What does what is it? D?
D, sir. D as in dog.
D as in dog?
Yes, sir.
I agree. It's D. Nothing is wrong with the sentence at all.
Nothing is wrong with it.
Disgusted with the situation, he decided to jump in the saddle and put down his foot.
B.
C, sir. Ink is C.
Yes, inborn.
Which one?
Cat, sir.
Cat? The sentence is incorrect grammatically or fault in diction.
I say B.
I would more
B, sir.
go with Christian's view. Christian says yes. I think it's more B. Right?
So
I
where's
think it's
the
more B.
cliche or the misused metaphor?
Right. Jump in the saddle. That's crazy. Put down his foot. Misused. I mean, kind of cliche. So, yeah. All right. Read the following poem and answer question 21 to 28 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Who wants to take a read? Anybody?
I'll read.
All right, go ahead.
When a single kite is left.
Hold on. Rasha, remember, first thing we do is
the title. Taste of endless fruit. When a single kite is left in the evening sky, and I stand black against its saffron, pulling in the night covers with a single thread, I think of you. When chickens search the warmth of a hen's wings, when the bats break a calm lake, like scissors on a warm fabric, where a lone fisherman waits alone on the hill, I think of you.
Excellent. Thank you, Rasha. Okay. There is a single kite, line 1, left in the sky, most likely because
A.
Sir, one time you read it, sir.
Repeat.
One time you read it.
We can read it as
sir,
many times.
bring it up, me screenshot it. Come never hear what you say.
All right, see there. Screenshot or take a picture.
All right, sir.
Let me read it once more. The taste of endless fruit. So we can read it once more. The taste of endless fruit. When a single kite is left in the evening sky, and I stand black against its saffron, pulling in the night covers with a single thread, I think of you. When chickens search the warmth of a hen's wing, when bats break a calm lake, like scissors on a warm fabric, where a lone fisherman waits alone on the hill, I think of you. The single kite, line 1, left in the sky, most likely because
A.
What are we saying?
A.
I agree. 21 is A. 22. What aspect of the sky does the poet focus on?
B.
C.
C. I agree. It's C.
C, sir.
It's C. Good job. 23. Of whom is the poet most likely thinking of? An artist at work, an enemy in hiding, a lone young man, someone should.
D, sir. D as in dog.
Must be dog. Must be dog. 24. When bat breaks a calm lake. Yes, Tishan, Gabriel, good job. Right, 24. Really? Good job, guys. When bats break a calm lake like scissors on a warm fabric, lines 10 to 11, is an example of, what do I say? All right, yes, good job. Simile. You see the use of the light, the use of the light?
Yes.
25. The poet speaks of each of the following except
D.
C. A.
Which one?
The first line of the poem says
A. It could be A because in the first line it's talking about A.
First line currently say a single kite, so it should be.
Come on, guys. We can't make that single one pass with.
C.
So it spoke about the lone waiting.
C, sir, because I remember saying them did that compare the bats breaking like the scissors. It never say do it itself. So
all right. So it's bats breaking warm fabric was not mentioned. So excellent work. It is in fact C. Good. All right. Where are we now? Which of the following literary devices is used in line 4? Line 4, black against its saffron.
B.
A. Which one?
A.
A.
Can it be assonance?
Is the assonance, sir? See them and repeat what the A.
Next to any sound.
It is an assonance. Black against saffron. It's an assonance.
Hey, could you repeat what an assonance is again?
An assonance is a repetition of the vowels, right? So they're normally right beside each other. So the black against saffron. So we're hearing how the A, jumps. Black against saffron,
yes,
right?
Sir.
So that's where the assonance lies. So the assonance and the alliteration. Anybody remember what the alliteration is?
When it start with the same
The repetition of the constant sound at the start.
Exactly, right. All right, so let's look at another one. The poet's intention is to?
D.
27 is in fact D.
D as in dog.
It's in fact D. Good job. Let's look at the next one. Where are we? 28. Which word best describes the poet's tone?
Nostalgic.
Nostalgic. And for those who might
Sorry,
not
what
know,
is nostalgic?
So what does that mean?
right, nostalgic means like you're reminiscing or you're remembering the good old days. So any sort of reflecting. Yeah. So you're trying to remember how the good old days and such and such and such. Alrighty, let's get to it. Who wants to volunteer for me?
Me, sir.
Go ahead.
The moment Aldrich stepped outside, Carnival hit him, and his heart grew big, and he felt a softness flow over him. And on the street, the steel band and masqueraders were assembling. The months of practicing and sewing and painting and building were flowing together in the stillness of the morning, under the eyes of women and children who had awakened from sleep and dressed hurriedly to come out and watch their band, to see their people, to admire them, cheer them, and to accompany the pavement while the masqueraders occupied the street. Sort of. Repeat that, sir?
No, man, I wasn't saying anything.
As a sort of guard right into Port of Spain. It hit him, the red and black and gold and green, the colors and the feathers and the satin, and the people's faces with that look in their eye, and the smell of cologne and face powder, and the smell of grease, and the look of wonder on the children's faces, and the little fellers with sailors' caps on. And what reverence and what awe, as they alone in the whole world had the real eyes to see the real thing, to see heroes, to see giants, to see gods. And watching, fascinated by it all, as if he were seeing with the boy's eyes, Aldrich felt a tallness and a pride, felt his hair rise on his head, and eyes brimming with furious tears. Aldrich felt again the fierce love and hope that he had doubted in himself, felt again a sense of mission, felt that yes, there was a place here for him, that there was something to say yes to, and people before whom and on whose behalf he could dance the dragon. With a strong, piercing scream, he stepped into the street, his chains rattling, his arms outflung, his head lolling in a slow, threatening dance of the beast, so that the people of the hill turned to him, recognizing him, said, yes, yes, that is dragon.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Janice. All right, here we go. Aldrich's reaction in lines 1 to 2 is one off. What are we saying?
Excitement.
Lines 1 to 2, the first two.
Excitement.
Excitement.
I've heard reports in some parishes where it will be.
What are we saying?
Somebody mic unmute, sir.
Yeah, guys, check your mic, please. If you're not speaking right now, just mute your mic. It might have background noise. What are we saying for 29?
Excitement.
D as in dog.
D as in dog. Yes. I agree. 30. The repetition of and in line 3 of the extract is indeed to show? What are we saying?
So you can go back a line 3, please.
Line 3.
And on the street, the student, blah, blah, blah.
The months of practicing and sewing and building and painting were flowing together in stillness. What are we saying?
Continuous nature of activities.
There?
Is it B as in boy?
Is it B?
Sir, I would say A.
I would say B too.
I'll say A.
Let's look at it again.
The continuous.
So it's the months of practicing and sewing and painting and building were flowing together in the stillness of the morning under the eyes of women and children. All right. So what you said it is?
A.
A? A? What are we saying? A, B, C, D, E? Which one?
B.
Boy.
B? The specific activities? I think it's A.
Sir, the fact that him say flowing and then the continuous and
exactly
towards A, sir.
Exactly so. So it's A. The continuous nature of the activities. Good. 31. Lines 2 and 3 of the extract suggest that preparations for carnival entail a great deal of lines
Hard
2 and
work.
3. Which one?
Hard work, sir. The same thing. I'll just read it.
31 is in fact D.
D.
Good job. Excellent, excellent. 32. The words women and children dressed horridly suggest that
B.
B as in boy.
B as in boy. I agree.
B.
Sir, why not A do?
No one wanted to miss the spectacle. I agree.
So I'm to A, sir.
The time was passing quickly. The words women and children dressed horridly. Yes, but not as much as not wanting to miss something. Yes, time was passing quickly, but that line specifically to me, it mentions that no one wanted to miss. So that's why I just quick. Not just because time moving fast means that you went just quick, but the added excitement would have suggested that they don't want to miss whatever is going to happen. So that's why they might just quick. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
So the added excitement would also suggest that they would have wanted not to have missed the excitement. 33. The words what reverence and what awe, line 11, reveal that the spectators were
B.
engrossed and respectful. Everybody agrees with her?
Yes, sir.
I agree as well. Engrossed and respectful. Not fearful, not apprehensive, not confusing, but rather engrossed. 34. The reaction of the people to Aldrich's dance was one of. Guys, feel free to stop me, because I'm just trying to move a bit fast so I can go through all three. 34. The reaction of the people to Aldrich's dance was what?
C.
I in fact agree. That yes,
Them recognize it. Yes, it is dragon, and them approve it. Them accept it.
Exactly so. 35. In describing carnival, the writer makes use of the senses. Which of the following senses is not used in the extract?
Smells.
Taste.
Taste, yeah.
What did you say?
Yes, because them say them smell the makeup powder and thing like that.
All right. Yes. 36. What technique does the writer use throughout the passage to heighten the reader's appreciation for the scene?
A.
A. Sounds good. Description. Good job. All right. Another big read. Who wants to tackle this one? Any volunteers?
I'll read it.
Go right ahead.
When the traditional family unit is discussed, it is usually in terms of the external social changes that are threatening its existence as an institution. Little thought is given to the internal problems of normal homes. The central problem for most family members is, of course, how to get along with each other. The internal matter is not without its external implications, for only where there are orderly and peaceful families can there be an orderly and peaceful society. Of all the social changes that have affected the family in recent years, by far the most significant has been the increase in the number of mothers of school-age children who have taken outside employment. In Canada, some 75% of women in this category now have full-time or part-time jobs. For the most part, economic imperatives have left women no choice to work for money. An income sufficient to maintain an average family style took one Canadian work for money. An income sufficient to 48 hours a week to earn in the 1950s. It takes two people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that today. The conflicts between work and family life and scarcity of time to devote to children have taken a personal toll on women in the form of stress and depression. Obviously, individuals under stress are harder to deal with than those who are not. So the tensions of work are carried over into tensions in mother-child relationships. Men too report feeling stressed out and squeezed between work and family obligations. Males raised in the tradition of mothers doing everything in the home are inclined to be lax in doing housework and awkward in the unaccustomed role of actively, I can't see that word.
Actively
nurturing children.
Nurturing children. But if a two-income family is to run smoothly and fairly, the household workload must be shared. Another profound change in family relationship lies in the relatively high incidence of divorce and marital separation in Western society. The fact that so many couples feel that they must go their separate ways illustrates just how difficult it is for people to live together satisfactorily at the best of times.
Thank you so much. What a read. Okay. According to paragraph 1, lines 1 to 5, which are the following results from conflict between family members. So let's look at it quick here. When the traditional family unit is discussed, it is usually in terms of the external social changes that are threatening order in societies. I agree. Anybody has any different answers? All right, good. 38. According to the extract of all of the following, threaten the existence of the family, except which one?
C.
Conflicts between the employers and the working parents. So we see the high divorce rate. We saw the family experience getting along problems, as well as the increase in number of mothers outside of the home. Okay, so the word that is closest in meaning to imperatives, line 9. Concerns, matters, demands.
C.
The demands. The demands. Everybody understanding? Can I get a yes? No, maybe so?
Sir, you see when you answer the thing, then you can go up to the lines and please, because I'm hardly hear anything you should read. So.
Okay, all right, line 9, here we are. So for the most part, economic imperatives have left women no choice but to work for money. So the imperatives is closest in meaning to 39.
To demand.
No other demand.
The demands, yes. Right? The demands. All right.
So you can go back 1 minute, please. You can go back up at 37 and 38, please.
Okay, so 37 was A, right? The disorder in societies. Got that?
Yes, sir.
And 38 was C. All of these were mentioned in the extract except for C. Nothing showed that there was conflict between employees and working parents. Good? All right.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, here we go. Number 40, paragraph 2, line 6 to 11. The writer compares income in 1950s to income today to show that. Let's look at line 6 to 11. 6. But remember, go to the answer so you can look.
A, sir.
Sir, you go too fast, I can't read.
All right. Tell me when you're ready for. All right, so this is
No,
line
sir,
6 to
go to
11.
the question. Let me read the question.
All right, you want the question first?
Yeah.
Here's the question. And tell me when you're ready for the paragraph.
All right, so you can go up now.
Paragraph.
Sir, what's the answer for number 39?
39 was demand. Oh, wait. Yeah, demands. C.
Sir,
Number 40?
I finish read.
Oh, 40.
For the income sufficient to maintain an average family. It takes. Okay, sir, you can go down now.
All right. What are we saying now?
The answer is A.
They earn more in the 1950s than today.
A? Everybody agrees with A? Or
yes, sir.
Sir, I say B. I think it's adequate
sir.
to the average family.
No, sir, dog. It's a people to work longer.
All right, let's read it together. I'm hearing 3 different answers, but I agree with one of them. Let's go. Of all the social changes that have affected the family in the recent years, by far the most significant has been the increase in numbers. In number of mothers of school-age children who have been taken outside of employment. In Canada, some 75% of women in this category now have full-time or part-time jobs. For the most part, economic imperatives have left women no choice but to work for money. And income sufficient to maintain an average family style took 1 Canadian 48 hours a week to earn in 1950s. Now it takes 2 people 65 to 75 hours to work to earn that in a day.
So no D, sir.
So?
People today work longer hours for the same pay as in the 1950s.
A single income cannot adequately support an average family, or is it D?
Sir, because them say they work the same 48 hours a week for, and then you go this today they might do it 65 to 75 hours a week for the same pay. So that's what I said.
But do people today work longer hours for the same pay?
That's what I say. And that is say.
You can remember that this is 48 hours per week to earn in 1950s, you know. But they take less. More. To earn that. It takes 2 people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that today. So what is that saying, guys?
It wouldn't be A.
Huh?
No, that's a D.
I would
What
say
do you
A.
guys say? So, all right, let's take it one step at a time. The writer compares income in the 1950s to income today to show that what? So let's look at the comparison again, right? For the most part, all right, no, an income sufficient to maintain an average family style took 1 Canadian 48 hours to earn that in the 1950s. Good? It takes 2 people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that same money today. Good? So what's the answer?
You tell me.
I want to hear from you guys.
D, sir.
Huh?
Sir, we're still at the 40, sir.
Yes, we're still doing 40 because the guy don't tell me the full answer.
The answer is dog.
Dog.
The answer is?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Dog.
Answer is dog. Come on, guys. Answer is dog. All right. Let's look at it now. 41. According to the writer in paragraph 3, lines 12 to 19, tensions in mother-child relationships can occur because, you guys tell me. So read that and then I give you the tell me when you guys ready for the paragraph.
You can go up, sir.
12 to 19. are we saying? Where is the next?
So what was the question?
Number 41.
That's how we do right there in paragraph 3 lines.
Which one?
Minutes the paragraph we talk about mother child.
All right, see, 12 to 19. So from here, so to this. So this whole paragraph is talking about it.
Contributing family life.
See?
Children have taken a personal toll on
40 was D. Wait, no, 40 was B. 40 was B.
Harder to deal with.
I'm seeing C.
The tensions of work. That's all I see about it. The tensions of work have carried over into the mother-child relationship.
So what's the answer?
See, sir.
C?
C.
Mothers are under stress.
C.
Mothers are depressed and hard to deal with. No, sir.
Sure, it never said children was on the.
Yes, it never said any children is underneath stress, you know. So either A or C, one out of the two.
But
one out of the two. So you tell me which one it is.
Because it never really said the mother them depressed still.
Exactly. That's why A
Yeah, I
alone.
think it did say that.
The answer
Sorry,
is
can you go back up, please?
So what have you guys agreed on so far?
A, sir.
I agree. I agree.
It's lie,
No,
sir.
but
It said them underneath depression.
Depression is there, sir.
Yeah?
It there it's a personal
In
tone
line
in the
13.
form of stress
Guys, I'm
and
here.
depression.
Which one? Where?
Line
What line?
13.
It's in the first line, sir. It said the
I'm hearing so
conflict
many
between
things.
work and family life and scarcity of time to devote to children have taken a personal toll on women in the form of stress and depression.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What are you
So,
saying?
sir, of course, them depression sees the answer.
Where? Mothers are depressed and hard to deal with. Did they say that they're hard to deal with?
Yes, sir. It did say that people under stress are hard to deal with.
Where?
Hard to
Show
deal
me.
with. It's obviously individuals under stress are harder to deal with than those who are not.
So tensions of work are carried over in tensions of mother and child relationships. Wait, 41.
Is the mother under stress?
So I think the answer is C.
No, wait, no. Oh, yes. Guys, sorry. I had the wrong thing on my answer sheet. Yes, it's actually C. It's C. It's C. C. Good job. It's C. Yes, I had the wrong thing on my sheet. Yes, it's C, guys. Good job. Yes. Yes, Daniel, they are hard to deal with. It says here. So obviously individuals under stress are harder to deal with than those who are not. Right?
Sure, please.
Okay. Somebody saying something?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please tell me what year paper is this? Can you please tell me what year paper?
My paper?
What year paper?
What year paper, sir? 2014.
Oh, what year? Oh, 2014.
2014.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. Okay, where are we now?
42.
Right, the writer's main intention, the lines 15 to 19, is to show that what?
So you have to show about the lines.
15 to 19 from here to here.
So let me read the options in first, no? All right, sir.
Back up now. I can see an answer in the chat and it says B. Or 2.
So can you go?
Sir, can you scroll back down, please?
Yes, Miriam, it will be uploaded. Don't worry. Scrolling back down now. What are we saying? 42.
D.
Yes, it is in fact D. Sharing of the workload can help in the 2-income family. All right. Writer's main purpose, 43, is to?
Is it C?
Sir, what is 42?
42 was D. 42 was D. 43 now?
C.
C would be best. Cat.
C. Yeah.
C. I agree. C encompasses the main point rather than D.
Everything is there, but C are the main one.
Exactly. So all of these are were mentioned, however, C encompasses the main purpose. 44. The tone of the passage may be best described as mocking, indignant, and completely analytical. Analytical is indeed correct. Excellent. All right. Who wants to talk to Mr. Lopez?
Sir, I didn't get the answer for 43.
43. That was C.
And 44?
44 was analytical, B.
Sir, I can see back 43 question, please.
43's question.
No, 42. Sorry, sir.
42.
What was the answer for 42?
42 was D.
No.
Sharing of the workload.
Can help. All right, so can I say 43 and 44 now, please?
43 and 44.
Sir, what's the answer for 43?
43 was C. And 44 was D. Got that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right. So who wants to read to Mr. Lopez now?
Me, sir.
Go right ahead.
Dear Mr. Lopez, I strongly believe that our school should organize a girls' soccer team, and I am not alone in this belief. After conducting a survey among the junior and senior girls at our school, I found that 50 girls would be interested in trying out for a soccer team. To discover how similar teams have worked out at other schools, I have talked to Miss Young, the girls' soccer coach at Fairfax High. When I asked her how the team has benefited the girls and the school, she said, "The girls on my team have become close friends. They help each other with everything. Homework, personal problems," she added. Their grades have improved. They've become better all-around students, and that's always good for a school. So I can scroll. A soccer team would be of equal benefit to all the girls at our school. Just like the girls at Fairfax, many girls here have trouble making friends. A soccer team might help them adjust to school life. Moreover, it would be simple to start a soccer team. I've already talked to my fellow gym teacher, Miss Jordan. She's willing to take on the responsibility of coaching the team. The question of where to practice isn't a problem either, since the playing field isn't used after 3 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All that is needed is your support.
All right. Thank you. So, 45, trying out quote unquote line 5 mean the same as?
Seeking selection.
All right. Anybody disagrees with that?
No.
C.
All right, good. C is the answer. 46. The purpose of the first sentence in the paragraph 1 is to suggest that the writer's point of view is it shared, logical, unanimous, or
line 1, please.
Hold on. Let's
shared. A, shared.
Wait. Shared, I agree.
I am not alone in this belief.
Exactly. So shared, A. All right. 47. What did the writer do in order to discover how similar teams worked out at different schools? 47.
B. Spoke with an official at another school.
Excellent, excellent. B is the answer. Let's look at 48. The following is not cited as a benefit of the soccer team. The teamwork, friendship, improved
Keen competition.
Keen competition.
I agree. D is the answer. 49, paragraph 3 implies that the establishment of a soccer team at the right of school would. What are we saying?
Sure, B.
B allows students to get used to school life more easily. 50, all-round students.
Yes,
quote,
that is B. 49 is B.
Yes, 49 is B. 50, all-round students, line 13 are students who are?
Dog. Good in academics and curricular activities.
Thank you, yes. 51, the main purpose of the letter is to?
Win support for the establishment.
Is
C.
I'm hearing C.
Remember, so
yes, it's win support for the establishment of
and in the end part say all is needed is your support.
C is the answer, sir.
I agree. Excellent, excellent. That's the main purpose of it. Yes, it promotes the benefit. However, the main purpose is to win support. 52, which of the following techniques does the writer use to support her argument? What are we saying?
30.
Citing evidence. Quoting expertise.
Sir, which part should cite
evidence? Everything.
Which part did she cite evidence is the question? She cited it when she here. At fear that when I asked the girls on my team have become close friends, that's evidence. They help each other.
So that the quoting thing. Go back down. So what did that be quoting experts?
Which one?
The one where you show me say she has cite evidence. Would that be quoting experts?
Could it be both?
No. Their grades have improved as well. They've become all-round students. So it's a mix of both quoting experts and showing evidence.
So all of them?
It's B.
All of them, all three. So she quoted the expert as well as the expert provided evidence. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, should I give evidence?
Yeah,
so
sure.
While quoting the expert provided evidence. Good?
Okay.
So it's all three of them. All right? Let's look at 53. Whether the following is a statement of opinion. What are we saying?
B. 50 girls. No.
Opinion.
I found that 50 girls would be interested. That is not an opinion. A soccer team would be a He's within the question.
What are we saying? B?
Boy.
Boy.
Yes, are we all agree with boy?
Yes, sir. Because, sir, you don't know if the girl them actually make friends.
So
she just use that.
So what you saying the answer is, Lecia?
I said the answer is boy.
Exactly. Good job. All right. So Mr. Lopez, to whom the letter is addressed is most likely a?
School official.
School official.
Excellent. All right. I think something is missing here. For 55. I think the advertisement here is missing. For 55. Probably we'll see it in another one though. I think advertisement. I'll try to find this one, but this is really easy to analyze, guys. You just have to look at it and answer as it goes. But I have to find the thing.
The advertisement is in the 2016 paper, I think.
It's in 2016?
Yeah, I think.
All right, let me double check quickly. Because I think I'm supposed to have that up as well. So how are we finding the people so far, guys? While I look for it.
Really good.
Good.
Very easy.
So far, so good?
Yes, sir. Just need the help with the literary devices.
Just with the literary devices?
Sir, and paper too, sir.
Sir.
And paper 2, don't worry. Paper 2 will be from 2 to 5, so don't worry about that. Yes? Somebody else?
2 to 5. I understand so far, but I just don't like the part when I have to use the misuse and the cliche. But I'm not good panda party.
We'll have one more paper to go through, so don't worry about it. You will be good. Don't worry about it.
Sir, the 2 to 5 thing, that's today?
Yes, today. Right after the session. We're going to have a mini break and then jump into the other session.
Sir, may I go leave? But 3 or 2:45, sir. So you can just send the recording.
We're gonna post on YouTube, so you don't have to worry about it.
All right, sir. No problem.
Yeah. All right. So here is it. Somebody else had something? Go ahead.
Please excuse. Sir, will we be working like all the paper ones before English exam? Will we be working all the paper ones before English exam?
Not all of them. We can't work all of them. We can try to work as much as we can now.
Sir,
but,
are any of the like the stories and the poems repeated for English A?
Yes. Multiple of them are repeated. So hopefully that's what I'm trying to get as much as we're going to do one more after this one, and then we'll jump into the paper 2 segment. If you guys, I don't want to make a promise I can't fulfill. All right. When is the English exam, guys?
Next week, Monday.
No, next
First. Sir, May 31.
31st. That's
May 31?
Yes, sir. The Monday after next week, Monday.
The Monday after next week, Monday. Okay, all right. What I will do.
May 31st.
Oh, sorry, it's a Tuesday.
Exactly, because the Monday is the 30th and my accounts.
The 31st.
Is the Tuesday, sir? Not the Tuesday coming, the other Tuesday.
So is the case where you guys want to go through more paper ones as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
All right. All right. I'll make a poll. All right. Don't worry, guys. I'll start. Everybody in the group? Everybody in the WhatsApp group?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, I'm hearing a lot of no's. All right. I don't know if Jonan is in here or Antonette, but Jonan, if you're in here, just can you send the WhatsApp link in the chat for me, please? All right. But what I'll do, I'll try to arrange another session on Google Meet because and I'll see how it goes. Okay. Because I have some more papers I can definitely go through, and we'll sort out the time and so in the WhatsApp group. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Like a plan. But please don't make me have. Listen to me. Don't make me have the session and the door coming up, because when the door come, and trust me, I'm not ready it again. All right. Let's go through this one and then we'll do 20. What's after this one? I think 2015. All right. So here's the question about the Miles High Club. I'll tell you, they do in fact repeat. So let's go through this one quickly. So who wants to repeat? Who wants to read this one? Well, we really don't have to read this, guys. We just have to just look at it, but look at the question first, and then you'll try and match it up. Yeah. So here we go. What does this airline promise if a person joins the Miles program? What does it promise?
The rewards for every flight.
The rewards?
Okay, read it, sir.
Huh? All right. Let's read it. Join our Caribbean Miles program.
Sir, when they read it, and then some people read faster than some, so then me not understand all them.
That's true. That's true. All right. Yeah, let's read it. Join our Caribbean Miles program. You can earn Caribbean airline miles every flight. Plus, when you fly, drive, or shop, you will earn miles in faster or membership. Members who fly 20,000 miles on Caribbean Airlines within a calendar year are eligible for a silver membership. Flying 40,000 miles qualifies members for a gold membership, while flying 80,000 miles qualifies for an executive gold membership. So for the silver tier membership, unique members credentials, 3,000 miles bonus upon attainment of silver tier status, preferential check-in and priority boarding on all Caribbean airline flights, waiver of date change penalty, and redeposit fee on reward tickets. And for the gold tier membership, unique members credentials, 5,000 miles bonus upon attainment of gold tier status, preferential check-in and priority boarding on all Caribbean Airlines flights, waiver of date change penalty, and redeposit fee on reward tickets, and expedited award delivery at no cost. the destination within the Caribbean or between South America and Caribbean. So the one-way upgrade is you need 5,000 miles. One-way economy 7,500. One-way business is 12,000. So between the Caribbean, South America, and North America, one-way upgrade 10,000. One-way economy 15,500, and one-way business is 25,500. Between Kingston and North America, one-way economy class 16,250. One-way business 28,750. And South America refers to Caracas, Georgetown, and Paramaribo. And they say thank you, and they have their emails and such. Good. So what did the airline promise if a person joins the miles program? What did they promise? What did they promise?
Understood that. Which part understood that?
Oh, hold on. Guys, John has posted the link in the chat for all those who are not in the WhatsApp group. You can press the link and join. Good. Okay. Right. Where were we now? So we're saying, what did they promise?
Reward.
Rewards. Which one?
I think it is reward for every flight.
One of them.
But which part when you see that? I see that.
Where do you guys see it? Look.
At the beginning.
Look at the top part.
At the top part where our membership is.
Was the answer 55?
So which part when you see the one that says reward?
Look at the top part.
Sir, me only see it says something about faster. I'm gonna see it's a reward.
At the top part?
Unless me not see good.
You can earn Caribbean airline miles every flight. Plus, when you fly, drive, or shop, you will earn miles faster.
So the faster alone, I see. Someone don't know when I'm talking about fly.
Which one?
Show you every flight. So read it again.
You can earn miles. Seeing it? You seeing it?
Sir, I don't understand.
When you say Caribbean, sir, go back. Mama explain something.
All right.
Okay. No, you're coming forward. Go back in that chair. Yeah.
Right,
You don't want to drop.
Who's Mike is that?
You want to drop and put me in trouble?
Who's Mike is that? All right. Where are we now?
Alright,
so
explain to
Sir, so she show it to me, unless me blind.
You can go back now, sir. Go back to the advertisement. It said, where sir highlighted said you can earn Caribbean airline miles every flight. Caribbean airline miles would have been the reward, right, sir?
Okay.
Yes, yes. You got that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So 55. The answer is
dog.
Exactly.
Dog.
Good job. Let's look at 56. How many bonus miles does a silver tier member receive? So looking at the silver tier member.
3,000.
3,000. That's
3,000.
Exactly. Yes.
That's a
57. So which of the following destinations can a person fly using 25,500 miles?
Go back and see it again. Read it again.
So is it Asia, Africa, Europe, North America?
25.
To which destination?
25,000.
North America.
North America.
North America, sir.
So it is?
North America.
North America, the dog.
Yeah. 28. According to the advertisement, what should a prospective member do if more detailed information is needed about the benefits of the program?
Visit web page.
Visit the web page.
Visit them or such. So visit the airline's web page. So that's what's the answer?
B.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Boy.
What technique does the advertisement use to appeal to the travelers to join the miles program?
Fox.
Persuasive language.
Persuasive language? Where?
Yes.
Sir, them are persuade them with the look reward.
Them are persuade them with rewards.
No, man. You have to show me the persuasive language. Where's the language?
Alright, sir. Go back. Alright, right there. Informative. Members who fly 20,000.
Them say preferential check-in and priority boarding. Like them a prioritize you. and the boarding.
But what is persuasive language?
What was the options again, sir?
Sir, is it
It
just
is the
when you
first you.
Here are the options: the facts, opinion, persuasive language, or personal experience. Right?
Sir,
Tell me where
personal
you're persuading.
experience.
I don't know, yeah.
No man, tell me the answer.
Sir,
Come
but
and
me
explain.
never
Come.
see nobody attack say, oh, I use this and I got that. Or
Exactly.
I feel like
So
it's
it's not. So it's
persuasive,
not.
sir.
Can be
So
D.
let's. So we're taking out personal experience, right? Because there's no. Nobody
Maybe a
talking about
fact.
it.
Maybe a fact, sir. So
Maybe it's
if you
facts.
do it, is a factual or fact, so you have to get that.
Yeah.
Can you make the
That can
name?
persuade me too. That can persuade me.
I'm at the English.
Okay. So I think it's facts. Think about it. The persuasive techniques use rhetorical questions. They use all the rhetorical devices and the persuasive devices. There's not much, if any, use here. Yes, they're saying you can earn that, but that is not necessarily persuasive. That is simply stating the facts. It's stating the facts, saying that unique members get that. Preferential check-in, that. These are the facts. You understand? So there's no right, Travis. It's just the numbers. They're telling you one way upgrade is that. They're not saying what happened if you upgrade with this. Well, you get no. They're just telling you the plain Jane facts. Are we seeing it?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
They're just telling you the
What
facts. They're
was
not.
55?
55 was D. The reward for every flight. Got that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The last one now, 60.
Dog.
Main purpose is what?
Dog. Is to encourage persons to become a member or to become members of the MILE program.
Exactly. Okay. That's that. Any questions, any comments, any concerns? Oh, well, not this paper. But
59 is what, B, sir?
59 was A. 59 was A.
Okay.
Facts. All right. So do you guys want to take a break or you want to jump right into 20?
A break.
Break, sir.
All right.
The
You have a
brain
quick,
is
listen,
tired.
we have a quick 5-minute break. 5 minutes, you know. I'm just giving you 5 minutes because we have to do that and then hurry up for the other section, for the other segment, yeah? 5 minutes?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, 5-minute break.
Sir, 5 minutes and then we have another paper one.
Yes, one more paper one and then we do the other section.
Paper two. Okay,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. No, we're gonna do another break after that one. So don't worry. We're gonna do 2 breaks. Yeah?
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
All right, are we guys ready? We are ready?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great,
Yes,
great,
sir.
great. Okay, so let me bring up 2015. Okay. 2015. Alrighty, guys. So 2015. Here we go. Let's run through. Okay, guys. Oh, I should have done this, and I totally forgot. Guys, we also have your paper 2 tutor, Antonette Anderson, here with us. So but I'll also be here. So we will both be covering that aspect, what she'll be leading us. So here we go. So question 1, 2015. She paid, okay, so each sentence in this section has one underlined word or phrase. Choose from the 4 suggested answers the word which closest to opposite in meaning to the underlined word. She paid meticulous attention to her work as she attached her beads to the costume. What are we thinking?
Scanned.
Scanned, sir.
Scanned? Wait, where is my, 1 second, guys. Scanned? Any other answers? Any other answers? Any other, what are we saying? Are we all agreeing on scanned?
Yes, sir.
I agree as well. Let's look at number 2. We found her appreciative of. Remember this on? Repeat question. Ungrateful for, that's correct. Number 3, as a result of the need for trained staff, the firm had to dismiss several workers. Another repeat. Answer is?
Employed.
Employed, that is correct. Before the headgear worn by the factory worker made from artificial material.
Natural.
She seems to be sensitive.
Excuse me, sir. What is the answer for number 1?
Oh, number 1 was scant, A.
And number 2 was ungrateful.
Number 2, ungrateful for. Number 3,
and number 3, employ. Then natural.
Then natural, correct.
So they're number 5 now.
Going to number 5 now. Okay. So number 5, she seems to be sensitive to the feelings of others. What are we saying?
Unaffected.
Unaffected by. Excellent. All right, number 6. Despite his being somewhat. Oh, no, wait.
Read the instructions.
Right. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. All right? So this. You want to say something?
You're benevolent.
Repeat?
C.
Oh, you're saying the answer. And all right, C. Anybody agrees?
So I'm not even read this one yet.
All right, so despite his being somewhat short-tempered, his willingness to give of his wealth to help others to succeed led people to call him. What are we saying? What?
C.
Benevolent.
Benevolent, yes, which means kind. All right. That's the answer. C. Number 7. When parents display a blank for one child, the others are likely to feel
Preference jealous. Sorry, that question I repeat, right?
yes.
No,
So then we'll have some repeated.
Preference jealous.
We'll have a lot of repeated questions. Yes, it's preference and jealous. Number 8, an attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable. Maybe blank, but it's always blank. Another repeat.
D.
Effective but unkind.
Yeah, effective but unkind.
When the committee members blank insults across the floor, the chairman tried in vain to blank order. A. When they hurl remarks, try to restore order. Are you trying to blank?
Insinuate.
So you see that there are a lot of repeats, yeah?
So what year paper is this?
This is 15.
Okay.
So each sentence in the section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, C, and D. Choose the one nearest in meaning, right? To the sentence, the original sentence. All right. Mary still wanted to marry John even though he had lost all his money. Antonette?
B, sir.
Oh, it's just a comment about the repeated questions. Sometimes be careful, don't think, oh, you've seen this question before and immediately just choose an answer, because sometimes they switch around the questions or ask something opposite to what is usually on the paper. So sometimes you think, oh, I know this question, instead of reading the question properly and actually reading all the responses.
Right, thank you, Antonette. Yes, guys, it happens, and I think I've seen it with a few questions. So not just because we see it already, and then it's true, but trust me, CXC knows. They know. So be careful on how we answer the questions, right? So let's look at it. So Mary still wanted to marry John even though he had lost all his money. What are we saying?
B.
I'm hearing B and I'm hearing D. Which one is it?
Boy,
B.
sir.
B.
Boy?
B.
Yes.
I agree. The loss of all John's money did not affect Mary's wish to marry him. I agree. All right. Any other answers? If you guys have other answers, please stop me so we can discuss it. Okay. Number 12, no right-thinking person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust at noise. What are we saying for this answer?
C.
Yeah, Clifton.
See?
Yes.
All right, my disgust at noise will be understood by any right-thinking person who has lived in the country. I agree. It is in fact C. Good. Let's look at number 13. The youth of the country need to organize themselves into cooperatives in order to support the Prime Minister drive for self-sufficiency. What are we saying for that one? Is it Gabriel saying D?
Excuse me, sir. You hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
What was number 11 answer?
Number 11 was B. Number 12 was C, and we're analyzing number 13 now. Oh, but 12, I think it's D. It's inconceivable that a right-thinking person in the country could fail to understand my disgust at the noise. So, in other words, you can't think to imagine
number
that
12
right.
Is C, right?
Huh?
Number 12 is C, that I said.
Wait, which one? Number 12?
Yes, sir.
Yes, number 12 is C. I'm just explaining to Gabriel why it's not D in this case. So, he said that it... Demoy? It's inconceivable that a right-thinking person in the country could fail to understand my disgust at noise. No right-thinking person who has lived in the country, right, will fail to understand my disgust at noise. It has to be right-thinking person who lived in the country. Right. That is why it's not B. And that's what I was saying. Kayla just took the words right out of my mouth. Yes, so again, many persons tend to overlook English. So we have to read meticulously and look at the fine details, because trust me, these little things can mess us up, and we don't want anything to mess us up. Okay? So yeah. Janice? Janice? Okay, all right, good. So the youth of the country, number 13, what are we saying for that one?
Dog.
Dog?
C.
Anybody else? I'm hearing C.
Sir.
All right, so are we taking out A and B? So let's analyze those two, C and D. Let's analyze C first. So the original question, original sentence says the youth of the country need to organize themselves into cooperatives in order to support the Prime Minister's drive for self-sufficiency. C said the youth should show their support for their Prime Minister's plan for self-sufficiency by organizing themselves into cooperatives, right? D says in order to support the plan for self-sufficiency, the youth need to organize themselves and cooperate with the Prime Minister. What do you think is the best answer?
C, sir.
C is in fact the best answer. C is in fact the best answer. Good. C is in fact the best answer. Let's go at number 14. Realizing that her suitcase was left on the bus, the woman desperately tried to attract the conductor's attention. What are we saying for this one?
Should be. Boy.
All right, I'm hearing B. I'm seeing C in the chat. I'm seeing B as well. What else? All right, so let's look at C and B. Let's look at C first.
Even B could have worked, sir.
It cannot be C. If I remember, say in the original one, it says she realized it, and C not mention nothing, so she did realize it.
Exactly.
So either
B,
or B.
B is the answer, right? Because what C, as Nelia said,
yes,
was that it realizing that her suitcase was left on the bus. She desperately tried to attract the conductor's attention. C is saying that the woman made all attempts, right, to attract the conductor's attention, which she didn't, right? We don't know. Which she had left on the bus. So we don't know that if she made all attempts. However, what B said, the woman became aware of the fact that she no longer had her suitcase, which is realizing, and did her best to catch the attention of the bus driver. That is the most the closest in meaning to the original sentence, right? Let's look at 15. Europeans who were not well off were those who came to the West Indies in search of wealth. What do we think the best answer is? I'm seeing C in the chat.
Dog.
Okay, I see C, B, and D. So let's analyze those.
Dog.
Dog, sir.
Right. Let's start with B first. We're gonna analyze them. We're gonna analyze them. Let's look at B. Unemployment at home. We're analyzing them. Don't worry, we're analyzing them. Unemployment at home caused Europeans to come to the West Indies to seek their future, their fortune.
You never said they were unemployed, sir.
Never said nothing about
unemployment. Maybe them could all be employed, but they might get little paid, so they are not wealthy.
Exactly. So it can't be B. Let's look at C. Financial difficulties at home made Europeans who came to the West Indies decide to settle there.
It never said them settle there, sir.
Never said them settle there.
Yeah, never said them settle them. Just said them come search of wealth.
Let's look at D now. Europeans who came to the West Indies to seek their fortunes were those ones who were not wealthy.
Yes, sir. That is
That
it.
sounds like it. Yes. B sounds like it. Yeah?
Khalid?
Let's look at 16. What? So some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar.
Alright.
Janice?
Yeah, man, no.
Janice?
Yeah.
Janice, can you check your mic, please?
Sorry, can you from your end?
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's not working for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Janan, can you check on her mic, or Antonette? Can you see if you can mute it? Number 14. That was what? What did we say it was again? D?
Boy.
Or C? B. B.
B.
Right, B. 14 was B. Okay, where are we now? So some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. Select the one underlined part that you feel is inappropriate, or choose the corresponding letter A, B, C. If the sentence is acceptable as it stands, choose D. Let's read 16. We could reach the survivors.
It's or, sir, because it is either or neither nor.
Let's read the question.
All right, brilliant. Yes, I love it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Aisha just true.
No, but you did well. Yes, you have it. So it's B. Since that's B. So it's either or neither nor. Neither is never used with nor. Either is not used with or. Good. 17. I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence and to hang from the top of the rail until the bull went away. What are we saying here?
I don't know. I say D, but I know, I like how them say I formed.
Yeah, the I formed is past tense, and then after them go use the climbing. I don't know.
Is it C?
Is I climbed?
D, sir.
I said D, sir, but
C, sir.
No, man.
It should be hanging.
Then that would
What's
be
the final
3
answer?
different tense in the one sentence.
Okay, let's analyze all 3 of them. We analyze all 3 of them, or if there's no error. I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence and to hang. Okay. Nothing is wrong with the I formed. Yes, it's not the best choice of words. However, nothing is wrong with it as it stands. Of climbing, that is, do we know about the past continuous tense?
Mm-hmm.
That is the past continuous tense at play, right? When we say I remember watching the show. That's what? An action in the past, but a continuous action done in the past. I remember watching the show yesterday. That's a past continuous. That's the same thing that's used here. I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence. However, as someone said, you can't use a non-conjugated verb. In other words, they cannot use the infinitive form of the verb, that's what it's called, or the regular form of the verb here, so, right? Since you use climbing, what do you have to use here, so?
Hanging.
You have to use hanging. You have a conjugated verb here, so climbing. However, you have to change it here, so as well. You said, I formed the brilliant idea of the past continuous climbing the fence and the other past continuous hanging.
And hanging from the top.
Right? So C would have been the error in that statement. Good? So since you have the climbing, you have to have the hanging. So both are past continuous actions. Good? Well, are we clear on that?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay, great. Let's look at 18. She was not feeling well at the beginning of the journey, and sitting at the front of the car made her feel worse. What are we saying for 18?
It's okay.
No error.
Is it C?
No error. I'm hearing C. Why is it C?
D.
There may be W or S.
I don't want no guessing. I want certainty.
Dog, sir. Certainty, dog.
No error, sir. Certain.
All right. Someone was saying C. Let me address it quickly though. Why they use the word? They're comparing her 2 states. Right? The first state is her sitting at the front, and the other one would have been her sitting at the back. You understanding that?
No.
Well, hold on. She was not feeling well at the beginning of the journey and sitting at the front. Okay. So
sir, how she feel before it starts?
Right, before. Right. Okay, that's what
and after she go sit down at the front seat.
Right, that's what I should have said, not the back. So before starting the journey, she never feel well. And what made it worse, or what added to it, was her sitting at the front. You see it? So that's comparing the 2 states. So the initial not feeling well at the beginning of the journey and sitting at the front throughout the journey. You got it? Made her feel worse. You understanding?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So that is why the sentence is flawless as it stands. Good? Let's go at 19. The better of the 2 athletes claim never to have used the dangerous drug found in his position.
B.
Huh?
B is
claim.
B, sir.
Yes. And how do we know it's claimed? Have used.
Have used is past.
The pluperfect. The pluperfect, but it's fine. So the have used, that is that tense. Good? Never to have used. So would have need claimed. So that's B. Good? Let's look at 20. As the teacher continued his lesson, John began to lose all interest, imagining himself laying on his bed, relaxing.
Imagine.
All right. What do you guys think?
What wrong with imagine, Aisha?
I don't know.
No, guys, I don't want to guess in. No guessing. I want certainty.
You're laying.
Sure, somebody asked what was Somebody asked what was 17.
Number 17 was, wait, let me go back up to it. C. Since we have the climbing, we need a hanging. Can't use to hang there, so. 18 was no arrow. 19 was B. All right, 20 now. What you guys said the answer for 20s?
Sir, I was saying because you don't use that, sir, with humans.
Which one?
Sir, laying, sir, C.
Yes, that's the answer. Laying means to put down something, right? I lay my phone on the bed.
Oh,
However,
it's lying.
You want
Why you
lying.
can't lay your body on the bed?
Huh?
Why you can't lay your body on the bed?
That's
you
not what
lay
that,
to rest.
but that's not what the sentence said.
Yeah, then.
But you said putting down something.
Exactly, but that's not what
laying on his bed.
But that's not what the sentence said. What did the sentence say? What did he imagine himself doing?
Laying on his bed.
Laying on his bed.
All right, but you cannot put yourself on your bed.
Why?
All right. In this sentence, what you need here is lying, which is a position of rest, right? Lying itself is the position of rest. Good.
But is lying? Isn't lying like me telling a lie?
No, well, you have L-I-E and L-I-E. Yes, you have two different lies. Good. Two different lies, but spelled the same. Everybody know what that is?
Yes, sir.
I call that homophone.
All right. Now look at this. Look at this now. Imagine himself doing what?
Lying on the bed.
Lying on his bed.
All right. Not laying on his bed, but lying on his bed. What is he doing on his bed? He's not putting himself on his bed. However, he is putting himself on a position of rest.
Hello.
Are we seeing it? Understanding it?
Yes,
lying itself, whenever you're talking whenever you're talking about putting yourself to rest, like whenever you're talking about me putting myself to rest, we use lying. Whenever you're talking about putting something, either an inanimate object down or a non-living object. So that is why they say they lay you to rest and not lie you to rest, because you're not living anymore. You lay to rest. Are we seeing the difference?
Yes, sir. Lying,
whenever you're talking about a person, you don't use lay. A living person, you use lying. A non-living person, you're laid to rest. No, you're not lied to rest. Are we seeing it? Clearer now?
Yes, sir.
Somebody on still clueless or what? Are we all good?
Yes, sir.
All right, good.
Yes, sir, are we good?
All right, Flowers, who wants to read this one?
Make Aisha read it, sir.
Aisha, go ahead.
Sir, I'm doing that like read out loud. Me have stutter here. I should
go ahead. No, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I have never learned the name of flowers. From beginning, my world has been a place of potholed streets where thick, sluggish gutter raced in slow time away from garbage heaps and sewers. Past balanced, all houses around which covers stagnant earth. Their scarce green things grew to chairs, the dull gray qualor of sick dust, no chase. Of plants, save few sparse weeds, just there no flowers. One day, they cleared a space and made a park there in the city slums, and suddenly came stark glory like lightning in the dark. While perfume and dark petals thundered slowly, I learned no name. But he, what you, shape, scent, mark, my mind even now, with symbols only.
All right, thank you. All right, so the speaker in the poem is what? What do you think?
D, sir.
Is an adult remembering.
Dog.
Yeah, dog.
What do we say?
Sir, we say dog.
All right, an adult remembering. Good job. Yes. How does the speaker feel about flowers?
Odd.
Odd.
Appreciative.
Appreciative. Okay.
Should I go back home and read it?
All right.
What was the answer for number 21 again?
21 was dog. Okay, 22 now.
I have never learned the name of flowers.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
So A, sir.
A? Odd?
Yeah.
Which part only get odd? Tell me which part only get odd.
Yes, sir.
To be honest, that is our repeated question. I'm swat it.
So that's, but which, alright, so but me don't know which part of the something tell me say them odd.
Which part is it? 9/11.
Nina, you know what is the meaning of odd?
Yes, Aisha, I know what is the meaning of odd.
So tell us all what the meaning of odd is.
Odd is like me know what I mean, sir. Just know something.
Something.
When you feel with wonder.
You feel with wonder.
Odd,
fascinated by something.
Fascinated, yes.
Yeah, fascinated is the word I may look for. Yeah,
anybody know that what enamored mean?
No.
It means to be filled with love for.
So enamored then?
Could it be? You guys are supposed to tell me.
Sir, I never say them wrong, you know, I just want to know which part of the poem, which line of the poem, and show me say them odd.
No. It's going to tell you, they're not going to tell you specifically that, oh, I am awed by flowers. You have to make inference. You have to conclude based off of the reading, what the author is their feeling toward the flowers is. What is it? Odd or enamored?
Odd man, sir. Odd.
Odd. All right.
So what you say enamored mean?
It means to have a deep love for, to fill with love for them. Anything? I think the answer is D.
D, appreciative?
Appreciative.
Yes, sir. I said that.
Think about it. She never learned the names of flowers. From beginning, my world has been a place of pothole streets where thick, sluggish gutters race in slow time away from garbage heaps and sewers, right? Path balanced, old houses around which covers stagnant earth. There, scarce green things grew to chase the dull gray squalor of sick dust, no trace of plants, save few sparse weeds, just these, no flowers. I know it's a bit hard to dissect, but I have to kind of pick out and choose. So we say here, right? There scarce green things grew to chase the dull gray squalor of sick dust. What do you think this means? Anybody want to give it a job? What do you think it means?
Sir, please excuse.
Huh?
Someone said for 22.
22? That's what we're doing now.
Okay, sir.
Sir, the scarce green things will be like grass.
Okay. And the dull gray squalor. What do you think that's? And the skull and And the dull gray squalor. What do you think that speaks about?
She said
soil.
She said dirt or soil.
Dirt or soil. Yes, yeah. So the dull gray squalor of things. One day they cleared a space and made a park there in city slums, and suddenly came stark glory, like lightning in the dark, while perfume and dark petals thundered slowly. So think of like a place before that was just bland, right? But they cleared a space and made a park there in the city slums, and suddenly came stark glory, like lightning in the dark. What do you think that talk about? Just the overwhelming presence of the flowers now.
Yes, sir. Like how we make a place look better.
Lighten up the place, yeah. Like lightning in the dark, right? While perfume and dark petals thunder, I learned no names but what? Hue. Everybody know hue is with symbols holy. What do you think again? What are we thinking now?
So repeat.
What are we thinking of the answers now?
Let me still say, you know.
No, I still want change and say A, because the fact say tell me say all right. First it was dull and them did uncle have dirt, and then now she have the colors and the everything. Now she hard by it, now she feel.
Yeah.
So just believe in my answer now. No. What?
But sir,
see, the answer then?
Hello, sir, say D. What answer, sir?
No, I know that from
it's hard to choose between A and D.
Them have the same meaning, sir. A and D.
Odd means like you're fascinated by it. D
it's like
more
how she
means
never
that
go around it, like she don't really know the place like that, so she fascinated for say it color.
Right.
Want it have scent and thing,
but D speaks about the fact that she is thankful at the fact that flowers has changed the space. So what are we leaning towards?
Sir,
are you thankful?
On the answer sheet.
Huh? I don't have an answer. No, listen, the answer sheet that I'm talking about, I sat down and made this. So for this one, I would think that it's odd. I'm training it from appreciation.
You change it to odd, all right.
Yes, I'm training it to odd. But what I will do, I will double check this one though, and run it by probably if Antonette is here. Antonette, what do you think? Antonette was stuck.
Sorry, is Antonette on the phone?
Oh, Antonette. Oh, all right, don't worry. All right, guys, we'll come back to this one. We'll come back. That's number 22. We'll come back to this one. But for now, I'll choose A. Yeah? Oh, that's a fact. Let's look at number 23. The mood of stanza 1, right, of the poem is what? What do you think the mood of stanza 1 is?
Sir, bleak.
All of them.
So I've never learned the name of flowers. From beginning, my word had a place of pothole. All right, so read it quickly, and I'll go to number 1.
Bleak. An area of land lacking vegetation. Bland.
What are we saying?
Sir, you want to say every one of them, because all of them have some relief, but bland would be lacking strong features. Bleak. Bleak, lacking vegetation. Desolate.
Uninhabited.
Uninhabited. So it can be anyone.
But which one is the best answer?
What's your C, sir? Bland.
Bland is the best answer. Bland is the best answer. Because bland means boring and just uninteresting. And then we realize where the flowers came to spice things up, yeah? So I would have leaned towards C as the best answer. Let's look at 24. The speaker's attitude to the environment in the first stanza is one of what? The attitude.
Go up to the first.
Sir, resentment.
Resentment. Okay.
Misery.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other answer?
D.
What is she resenting?
Huh?
No, the person who said D.
The environment. The environment at the time.
Sir, the word for B as in boy, what's it mean?
Realism.
Yes, sir.
It's a theory. it's a theory that just talks about power and so. Wait, let me double check it.
No, only would you say like you come to terms with the fact with reality or something like that.
Oh.
You're being
Well,
real.
Oh yeah. Concerned for the fact of reality. Yeah, come to the fact of reality. But would that be her attitude? Of the
No, sir,
environment?
not B for 24.
I would have. I think D would have been more to the fact that she never really liked it that much.
So excuse me, what resentment mean?
Hatred, some sort of like you don't gel with it properly. It's not the best.
I think it is misery, and then in a stanza 2 now, she start up with the one day them clear it and make the path and all our misery kind.
Where you say Aisha? Where you said answer?
I think I'm misery.
Misery. Anybody agrees with Aisha?
To some extent.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing where she was.
Exactly.
Miserable.
She never looked like she miserable. She just look like she accepts the facts here, so it's here.
Yeah. Probably. I'll have to double check that one as well.
What's the answer?
I'm seeing.
You say the answer, D.
I'm saying it's D, but D sounds good. D sounds good though, but I'm leaning more to D, because she's talking about the dull gray squalor of sick dust. You can just think of.
So she really found that hatred towards it, just though like it. She didn't feel that strong hate or resentment towards it.
You're right.
That's what me I say where you get resentment.
And a boy. Why
it could be realism, sir? She come to terms with the fact say that is a reality, like a that do reality to where she grew up. She accept the facts here, so it's here. Why could it be realism?
Yes, green things go to chase. The dull gray squalor of sick dust, no trace. Past balanced old houses. Realism sounds good. Realism sounds okay.
Google realism.
Okay. All right. Yes. I'll double check it, but B sounds the best for real. Realism sounds more under the lines.
So you say a person who accepts a situation.
Accept the situation
accordingly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So stick with B for that one, but I'll double check and update the answers if they're incorrect. Okay. So let's check in the group. Okay. 25. What device is used in line 11 to describe the part? Line 11. D?
Sir, simile.
Simile. Yes. To the like. Good.
Start with like.
Yes.
The device used in line 12 compares the beauty of flowers to what?
Sir, thunder.
Thunder?
Line 12, they go up, sir.
Lightning.
Line
So
12?
go back to line 12, please. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the thunder.
Thunder, right?
It's a white perfume and dark petals thundered slowly.
Right, yes. 27. Which of the following best describe the theme of the poem?
Sir, B, the impact of nature.
Sir, excuse me, sir, what is 25 and 26?
25 was A, 26 is B. 27?
C.
C.
No. C.
I have C.
C, sir. Plants and flowers brighten the human experience.
I have C. Someone said B. The impact of nature is positive and deep. Again, because it didn't really specify nature, rather plants and flowers. Yeah, you seeing it?
Oh yes, so
Yes.
nature wide. It could have been like the ocean.
Nature is wide, exactly.
Yeah.
So that compass all, but here they're just speaking about plants and flowers and the impact that has. Good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's look at 28. The use of stark glory, line 11, best suggests that the flow is what?
Go back to line 11, please, sir.
It amazed the speaker.
Line 11. Line 11 says, came stark glory. All right, let's read from line 10. There in the city slums and suddenly came stark glory, like lightning in the dark. What are we saying for that?
Go back down.
Sir, B, sir.
E?
B, sir, boy.
Boy?
It definitely never have a religious. Yeah, so B, never have no religious significance.
It had nothing, it had no religious significance, no. So B, good. B is the answer. Similar to the speaker with the beauty, as well as amaze the speaker at what difference they made. And look at this, guys. Someone is asking if the chimpanzee one repeats, but
we're not to read it over.
So we don't have to do this section again because
no,
we did it already.
No,
so
sir, me would do question them. What do I remember?
All right. All right, let's run to the question then. So it was impossible to believe in their naivety. That one. Remember it? C. Unintentionally showed off to their passerby. That's correct. The 30. Remember the professional acrobats. What do we say again? Right. 31. And the writer says that he came to feel very warmly about them. It was developing the genuine liking. 32. The genuinely startling moment referred to what in line 14?
The tuneful drumming on the floor.
Tuneful drumming on the floor. The rag tattoo was what there?
A rhythmical drumming.
C, right, 34. The chimpanzee showed interest in the mechanics of writing. Was what?
B.
Curious. For them put pen to paper. All right. As used in line 19, questing means the same as
inquisitive.
Inquisitive, yes. 36, the writer surrendered the crayons to the chimpanzee because he
could have been better than himself.
Right. Boy, so the chimpanzee could have known worse. 37, we can infer the effect was gripping, as meaning
he's amazed at the drawing created by the chimpanzee.
Exactly. 37 was A. Let's look at 38. The passage best described as
narrative.
Telling a story. Yes, narrative. The writer used the words would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing. Line 21 means that.
A question the new, sir.
All right. You see? But then they add a few questions. I think that in the first one, I think was new as well. So the writer used the words would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing myself. Refers to what?
D.
Huh?
B. C. Is failure at writing?
No. Look again. The writer uses the words what? Huh? Would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing myself. What did he refer to?
Korean, sir.
Not his
so we're going to go back up to line 21, make them read it over.
What's the line 21 here, sir?
Oh.
Would scarcely not A.
The chimpanzee.
B, sir. B.
Is it C?
Huh?
Boy, sir.
Boy is failure at writing.
D, sir.
Let's look at line 21. Let's look at line 21. Right? It occurred to me that whatever the chimpanzees did with it would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing myself.
And I surrendered it.
The writer uses the words would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing.
Efforts.
To refer to the chimpanzee's efforts.
Because that means it make more sense than we might do.
Exactly. So 39 is C. Would scarcely be more futile than what I was doing. He was saying, whatever the chimpanzee them do, not going to be much better than what I would have ever done myself.
Sir, please excuse.
Huh?
Sir, what is question 30 answer?
Question?
30, sir.
30?
Yes, sir.
A, young and nimble.
Okay, sir.
All right, are we all good? All right. Amelia, this is your question. You're reading. Go ahead.
So after I can read.
Go ahead.
The depths of the ocean
are
secret.
Yes, sir. I like that, sir. I like that.
The depths of the ocean are as secret, unexplored, and challenging as the vast distances of outer space. The surface of the moon is far better known than the floor of the Atlantic. But here again, man is catching up with his mysterious inheritance. The voyage of Nautilus in 1959 was perhaps only a first elementary voyage of the... May I read over, sir? I not understand nothing.
Go right ahead.
The depths of the ocean are as secret, unexplored, and challenging as the vast distances of outer space. The surface of the moon is far better known than the floor of the Atlantic. But here again, man is catching up with his mysterious inheritance. The voyage of Nautilus in 1959 was perhaps only a first elementary voyage of discovery into the deep vastness of the oceans of the world. The science of oceanography already foresees the day when we may travel as easily below as on the surface of the water. And it is not too fantastic to suppose that the aeroplane may eventually be superseded by the submarine liner as the safest form of world travel. It is fascinating to speculate upon the mass of material on the ocean's floor. In those deep, silent dungeons, what startling facts could be brought to light? What treasure for the historian and geologist? Practical man, however, regards the ocean as ample providers of food in a world of growing population. The sea is a colossal provider of food, particularly protein, so urgently needed by countless thousands of undernourished people. Biologists believe that the exploration of the sea is still at a quite primitive stage. The traveling fishing fleets are comparable to tribes of nomadic huntmen, killing food where they find it, with no thought of conserving supplies for future generations. Modern trawlers indiscriminately scoop up vast quantities of immature fish, and there's a danger of many once abundant fishing grounds being turned into the marine equivalent of a dust bowl. If the fishing industries of nations were better controlled, the abundant supply of fish would be ensured. Scientists are only now beginning to realize the vast advantages of studying and research. For example, control of the starfish population, which consumes 98% of protein under the sea, would lead to spectacular results in the quality and quantity of the fish we need.
All right, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Okay, so the writer refers to, not question 40, the ocean as mysterious line 3 because what?
Go back up to line 3. All right, so go to the thing. B.
B as in boy.
Boy, sir.
B as in boy.
I would agree with you too.
A.
A.
Yes, sir.
A.
Go back on the seat, sir. The fact says it's an inheritance. That's
But it says lie, so that's kind of iffy. Secrets lie.
A.
Wait, wait, sir.
Answer is A. Man does not know what secrets lie within it.
That's true, sir.
Okay.
That's the mysterious aspect of it. Mysterious aspect of it. That's what we're focusing on. The reference to the voyage of Nautilus, line 3, it meant, here it is, the voyage of Nautilus.
The voyage of Nautilus in 1959 was perhaps only a first elementary voyage of discovery into the deep vastness ocean of the world.
B.
There go down, Mama, see? Go back up now,
B.
sir. What?
Dog.
I'm hearing dog.
I agree on dog.
Sir, I want to say boy or dog because the fact says it was the only one, and then boy says indicate how little exploration has taken place, or it can be D, sir, because them say it was a great one. Because it discovered into the deep vastness of the oceans.
All right. So the voyage of Nautilus, let's look at it. The voyage of Nautilus in 1959. was perhaps one of only a first elementary voyage of discovery into the depth, into the deep vastness of the ocean of the world. The answer is B. It indicates how little exploration has taken place.
Yes, sir,
You see it? At
Sorry,
that time,
what's the answer for 40?
I don't understand our B. Sorry, yeah?
hold on. So 40 was A, and 41 we're saying it's B. The reference of the Nautilus voyage was only a first elementary voyage. What does that mean?
It's only one.
It's only one. And it's probably a low level one at that. So when you look at it, this reference is speaking to what? How little exploration was done at the time. You see it?
Yes, sir.
That's just the initial voyage. So at that time, the Nautilus voyage spoke to how little exploration was done at that time. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go 42. The main intention of paragraph 1, lines 1 to 7, is to do what? Lines 1 to 7.
You're not even read
C.
Make
All right,
read
I'm
the
hearing C.
options, sir. When I read the options.
So well, some people want to read the options first, and other one. All right.
Sir,
All right, read the options first. 1 to 7.
We're not going to answer until we read the paragraph.
Huh?
But we're not going to which option until we read the paragraph.
Some people want to read the options first.
Some people is me, and some me work, so some me had read. Go up, sir.
All right. So some people read the options, read the paragraph, and then the options again. What was saying?
So which line of fair read again?
1 to 7. What was saying?
Can you see the options again, please?
Options again.
BRC, sir, BRC.
The answer is it's inside the possibilities of ocean exploration.
C, sir.
Inside all the possible C. Inside the possibilities of ocean exploration. I have to move away quicker, guys. 43. The comparison of the ocean's floor to silent dungeons line 42 was C. 43. The comparison of the ocean's floor to silent dungeons line 8 to 9 suggests that what? Lines 8 to 9, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one is fascinating to speculate upon the mass of material on the ocean's floor. In those deep silent dungeons, what startling facts could be brought to light? What treasure for the historians and geologists? 43. What are we thinking?
Dog.
Yes, it is, sir.
I agree with Richie. Richie and I have the same view. Yes, I agree. It's A.
Yeah.
So that the ocean floor, they are dark because they're likening it onto dungeons, right? What are silent dungeons? What's that? The figurative device used there.
Metaphor.
Repeat the question, sir.
Metaphor.
Metaphor, right? The metaphor, right? So they're silent dungeons. Good. So here it speaks that when you think of a dungeon, we know that it's dark, it's concealed. Good. And A captures it well. The ocean's floor are dark and conceal much. Good. Anybody has a different viewpoint? Any different viewpoint or no? Are we good? All right. 44. According to the extract, the first step to be taken in harnessing the potential of the ocean is to do what?
Sir D.
Sir D.
D. D.
Dog.
Dog. Increasing scientific exploration and research. Let's look. Body see it? Let's read the last paragraph. If the fishing industries of nations were better controlled, the abundant supply of fish would be ensured. Scientists are only now beginning to realize the vast advances of study and research. For example, control of the starfish population, which consumes 98% of protein under the sea, would lead to spectacular results in quantity and quantity. So, according to what's the first step?
Sir boy.
Huh? What's the first step?
A boy, sir.
Boy.
B. B. It's the first step. That's the first step. First, I want to ensure the abundant supply of fish, and then you talk about the scientific research and then the starfish population. Good? All right, 45.
Yeah, I think that 44 is A.
Aisha, you saying something? I didn't hear that.
Yes, sir. So you're saying that 44 is A?
44 was B, banning the fishing for a specific period.
Okay, sir.
Got that? So here's the first step. If the fishing industries of nations were better controlled, the abundant supply of fish should be ensured. That's the first step. Let's look at 41. No, 45. The writer believes that the ocean should be of Mariam? Mariam?
Sir, please excuse.
Which one?
Sir, can you please explain why 44 is B?
Why 44 is B?
Yes, sir. Can you please explain why
Okay.
is it B?
So it says, according to the extra, the first step to be taken in harnessing the potential of the ocean. Good. So we look at this paragraph. Good. Modern trawlers indiscriminately scoop up vast quantities of immature fish, and there's a danger of many once abundant fishing grounds being turned into the marine equivalent of a dust bowl. Right? Good. So if the fishing industries of nations are better controlled, the abundant supply of fish would be ensured. You seen that?
Yes, sir.
So what they're saying here is if the fishing industries of nations are better controlled, the abundant supply of fish would be ensured. And measure.
What does ensured mean in this case?
What does ensured mean in this case?
Yes, in this sentence. Are
Guaranteed.
you saying that ensured basically means banned in this case?
No, it means guaranteed in this case.
It means it's certain. The fact say it,
yes.
It will happen.
It will happen. Understanding that?
Yes, sir.
So what they want to do firstly is to regulate the fishing industries for the nations. One way of doing that, right, is to do what? Banning fishing for a period.
Yeah, control.
Because you're controlling it for a period. Afterwards, they say that scientists are now beginning to realize. So then would have followed the scientific research, which would have led to the starfish population being wiped out if they so choose. So they want the first step to be taken. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 45. The writer believes that the ocean should be of interest to mankind because what?
Sir D.
D, I agree. And the chat says D has great potential for the provision of food. 46. Which of the following statements is not suggested by the writer? What are we saying?
Sir B, boy.
Yes, because the writer only made a comparison in lines 13 to 14, where it is the traveling fishes fleet are comparable to tribes of nomadic huntsmen killing food where they find it, with no thought of conserving supplies to future generations. Good. 47. The writer regards
Sir,
yes.
what's the answer for 45 and 46?
45?
Dog.
45 was dog and 46 was boy. About the nomadic tribes.
Okay.
Ready? 47. The writer regards modern fishing trawler techniques as what?
Boy.
Huh?
B, sir.
Boy.
B? B?
What you say,
I
sir?
see A.
Which part of the say them are waste the fish?
Let's look at it. Modern trawlers indiscriminately scoop up vast quantities of immature fish.
Yes, sir. That is full of fish.
That is wasting fish.
So they not sell the immature fish.
What we can do with a goldfish? Talk the truth. What we can do with
of course the Chinese people they might eat it. No.
But that's immature, but they're wasting it. They're wasting the potential of the fish and what the fish could have been. Think about it. A mother fish, if they scoop up a female fish before time, before the fish supposed to mate and produce the eggs and start to produce more, what they're doing is catching the mother fishes, well, they're supposed to be mother fishes, too early before and the fish population dies out. Making sense?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they're catching it too early. So yes, the immature fish can technically eat, but what we could have gotten from that one fish, you're basically wasting the fish. Yeah. The 47 is A.
So 46 is
46 was B. Nomadic tribe explored the ocean. They only made a comparison to this one. 48. This passage mainly deals with what?
Yeah. No, dogs.
Dogs. Scientific research on the ocean floor. All right, who wants to read it for me? Bermuda, come. I want to hear a male this time because one of the females participated.
And your sexy self, sir.
What do you mean? No, because only the females participating. I haven't heard a man read it. All right. If another female one, go ahead. I was trying to say.
You want male, you can read.
No, but I read already. I read already. All right, fine. I'll read that. All right, go ahead for me, Adriana. Yes, go ahead. Love it. Go ahead.
Bermuda. Before you, blue water all the way to Morocco. Behind you, every care you ever had. Bermuda is different. It's a different island. It basks here in the mid-ocean, remote apart, unlike any other place. What little island do you know with dazzling white roofs to catch the rain, with pastors' houses cut from the coral rocks set in tropical green? Only Bermuda. What other island is ringed with such different beaches, some wide and smooth, others with tiny coves hidden in cliffs, waiting just for you? What other island can you roam on foot, by ferry, motorbike, or carriage, stopping for a wayside picnic, or to explore a vast cavern underground? Only Bermuda. Only one island of 21 square miles has 21 golf courses. Only one faraway island lets you skin dive in ancient Spanish shipwrecks or snorkel on a coral reef. Fish or wahoo, Alison tuna or the willy bone fish, or dine on rockfish, chowder, and syllabub, then dance the night away with the limbo, calypso, or whichever. Bermuda, far away, long ago, old world, and 90 jet minutes from New York. Children love Bermuda and vice versa. Bring the family, ask your travel agent in the US or Canada, All right, Bermuda, 610 Fifth Avenue, New York, 120 or 10020. Number 6, Michigan Avenue, Chicago, 6602.
All right, thank you, Adriana. Yes. So the expression basks here in mid-ocean line 4 implies that what? Implies that?
So scroll down so we can see D.
Oh.
D?
Implies that?
Is it D for dog?
Yes, yes. Bermuda position exposes itself to the full rays of the sun. And if we are, to read the rest of the line, it also speaks to the island's location, right? So if we're supposed to read the rest of line 4, remote, apart, unlike any other place. Good? All right, let's look at 50. The use of the phrase Bermuda, far away, long ago, old world, line 22. In this advertisement attempts to create the impression that Bermuda
Boy.
Yeah, boy.
I hear B. I think I heard dog as well. Serena said D and B. The answer is B. Has remained unchanged and unspoiled by technology. Unchanged and unspoiled by technology. When you compare other countries who have been radically changed and such by technology, the old world reference on long ago speaks to the how unchanged and unspoiled by technology the country has remained. 51. Whether the following statements is an opinion rather than a fact. 49 again. No. 49 was D. All right, 51 you said? 51? Is that the opinion rather than a fact? Dog, yes.
Yeah, everything is a fact.
Right. Where are we? 52. From reading the advertisement, one can draw all of the following conclusions.
Wait, sir, what's 51?
51 is D.
D, okay.
52. From reading the advertisement, one can draw all of the following conclusions about Bermuda, except which one? Except which? Huh?
Cat.
Cat, yes. Visitors to Bermuda have no difficulty getting around the island, right? Where are we now? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Transportation.
Hold on. Yes, hold on. 52 is actually A. It's A. Because
yeah, never seen about fishing.
Exactly. Yes. That was my oversight. It's A. They're chiefly in fishing and golfing. Right? All of the others were drawn. However, it didn't say anything about them being chiefly involved in both. Yes, it mentioned golfing, but not so much fishing, right? So A would have been the answer there. Not was it 50? 50 was B, remained unchanged and unspoiled by technology. 53, which are the following techniques of persuasion does the writer use in the extract? What can we say?
Is it C?
Is it C? Do we all agree it's C?
Yes, sir.
But they agree it's C? Buddy?
Yes.
What about D?
Well, it says like only Bermuda, so maybe. Because it says like only Bermuda all the time, so maybe.
And what does that mean?
That only Bermuda has those things.
All right. So what you're saying the answer is? What do you think answers?
Sir, I think it's C because it doesn't really say another place. Exactly.
But don't have to make a comparison, right?
It specifically say, oh, it is better than Jamaica or better than Guyana.
You know, when you're making a comparison, guys, you know, when you say only, you know, that's a comparison as well, you know, right?
Trying to say what other islands?
What other island has that? Only Bermuda. What other island has that?
Yes, so
only Bermuda, unlike any other place. So they're comparing other places indirectly, you know. So they're saying, unlike Jamaica, but they don't list unlike Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, XYZ, XYZ. No, they say unlike any other place. So they're making a comparison with all other places they can think of, but they're saying only Bermuda has that. What other island is ringed with such beautiful beaches? Only Bermuda. What other island you can roam on foot? Only Bermuda. What other island has that? So they're making comparisons. Are we seeing it? They're making a comparison with other places to highlight Bermuda's attractiveness. So yes, they have the specific examples of attractiveness. Yes, see. However, it is in fact, Daniel, a general comparison. So again, when you're using only, it's comparing every other aspect you can think of, but none compares to Bermuda. That's what they could have said. None compares to Bermuda. So when you compare every other person or every other country in this case, none of them come close to Bermuda. Everybody getting it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So they're comparing different places. However, none compares to Bermuda. So in the comparison, none compares. Yeah? So it's D. Okay, 54. Which of the following aspects of Bermuda? Huh? The answer would be for this one. Oh, you think 54 is what?
Yes.
Yes, 54 is in fact B. They're highlighting the uniqueness of Bermuda. 55. Which of the following devices used extensively in the passage?
Metaphor.
Huh?
It's a metaphor.
Metaphor? Metaphor?
Repetition, yes, repetition.
Repetition. Look how much time they repeat the Bermuda. Only Bermuda. What other island? What other island? Only Bermuda. Only Bermuda. Only Bermuda. Bermuda. They're even capitalizing it for you. Bermuda.
Yes.
It's there. Bermuda. Bermuda. Only Bermuda. What other island is that? Repetition. 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 Yeah. What time is in Jamaica? 2:10. Okay. Yes. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break after this, and then we'll just jump right into paper 2. Okay. So let's hurry up and finish this. So we'll start back at 2:30. If we can finish this in 5 minutes, we'll start back at 2:30. Good. All right. Let's look at this quickly. Read the following advertisements carefully and answer the items 56 to 60. Good. It's 3:10 in Guyana. Oh wow. Forget that we have other national we're international. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay. National Youth Symposium 2015, topic adolescent health, the challenges, Urbana Conference Center, Sunday, the 8th of August 2015. Sponsors: the Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Education, National Council of, I can't believe you guys really went and read through this. You guys have to really read through all of this?
Not just the forms, or just
no, sir.
Huh?
Only the paragraphs of the story.
Good. Okay. Good. Good. According to the information provided, the main theme of the symposium is what? So let's look at it. Anybody can tell me the main theme?
Adolescent
health. The challenges. Anybody see?
Is it cat?
The answer is in fact cat. Which of the following groups is not a sponsor of the symposium? So we need to look under the sponsors section. So we have the Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Education, National Council on Drug Abuse, Conference of Churches, the University of Christian Council, the Muslim Youth Association, and the Hindu Youth Council. Which one did we not see? We saw the Ministry of Youth. I think we saw the Ministry
of Health.
The Ministry of Health was not there. We saw the Conference on Church and we saw the Council on Drug Abuse. So the Ministry of Health was not a sponsor. So the answer is B. Let's look at 58. Which of the following words could replace symposium?
Conference.
Conference. Exactly. Conference replaces symposium. How can those who want to participate register for the event? How to attend? Contact Yvonne Dalton at the Ministry of Youth. Telephone that number for registration forms and other information. Complete the registration form and return it to the Ministry of Youth. Do they call the Ministry of Youth and speak to Yvonne Dalton? Is that...
Contact.
Huh?
No.
All right. Do they contact Yvonne Dalton and call the Ministry of Education?
No. No.
Do they telephone the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of Education?
No, sir.
Do they complete a registration form and return it to the Ministry of Health?
Yes, sir.
No, the Ministry of Health was not a sponsor. They return it to the Ministry of Youth. The answer was A. They call the Ministry of Youth and speak to Yvonne Dalton. Good. All of the following groups are specifically invited to attend. Let's look at who should attend. Interested members of the public, members of youth group, healthcare professionals, students in medical sciences, and media personnel. Those are all that are invited to attend. We have the youth group, member of the public, parents of young people, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers. Which one?
Parents of young people.
Parents of young people.
C.
C. Were not invited to attend. Do we have any questions?
So what's the answer for number 56?
56 was C, adolescent health. Any other questions, comments, concerns before we take our 15-minute break to welcome the second session?
We're going to write in paper two?
Repeat?
Or paper two going to go?
We're going to do a session on that. Don't worry. We're going to do it right after this, actually, 15-minute break.
You're going to write?
Not necessarily going to learn how to write.
Oh, okay.
So I remember that I'm leaving, so you can please remember to record it and upload.
Yes, everything is still being recorded on YouTube and we have a recording on Zoom as well.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Any questions, comments, concerns before we take a break and then quick 15-minute break?
60 again. So what's the answer for that?
60 was, let me double check. 60 was to the parents of the young people were not expected to attend.
All right.
All right, we're gonna take a bit.
Sir, what is 55?
55. That was that was repetition, extensive use. Got that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. We restart at 2:30. Got that?
Okay, sir.
All right, so welcome back to those who have been here waiting, and welcome to everyone who is just joining. So before we get started, let me just quickly introduce myself and then we can go from there. So I am Antonette Anderson, and I am basically a former student of UWI. So I finished my final semester recently. I studied journalism with a minor in international relations. I am also a past student of Titchfield High School. I would have attended between 2012 and 2019. However, English I did in 2015. I was in grade 9. Yeah, I think I was in grade 9. So English for me, it's not the thing I'm most fresh on. However, I've always been good at it. And so I took some time to refresh myself. So I hope this session will be beneficial to you guys. If at any point you have any question, just feel free to stop me, ask your question, and we go from there. The point of this is for you to leave better than you came. So if there's anything you're unclear about, please just stop me and ask your questions. So I am going to bring up a PowerPoint for this session. So my camera will be off for most of it. But as I said, feel free to speak up at any point and be interactive. I'll be asking persons to read some of the passages, stuff like that. But the aim is for you guys to be interactive. Rowan, can you please assist me with the waiting room?
Oh, were you saying about the waiting room?
Yeah, I was just saying, assist me with that. So when persons come in, can admit them for me.
Yeah, man, no problem.
So let me go here. And we're waiting for a few more people to come in. We're at 71. So in the meantime, okay, so I won't be able to see like Zoom and stuff like that. So please just open your mic.
I'll let you know. Or
yeah.
Guys,
okay.
Listen, that's only mic. Yeah.
All right, guys. Let me just do this. I think there's a glitch with this. All right, so I hope you're seeing the full screen of the PowerPoint.
No, miss.
No, miss.
No, miss.
It's only on the screen. You double click.
We can repeat that.
When you see in the screen. Yes, miss.
You're seeing it?
Yes, miss.
It should be saying, welcome to another session.
Yes, miss, I'm seeing.
Let's hope. Antonette is fine. I'm not really one for the Miss Anderson thing. So, yeah. All right. So we're going to get started. I really don't want us to be here beyond 5 o'clock. So we'll just jump into it. Why is this? This is stuff. All right. So at this point, you guys should be aware of what your exam consists of. But in case you're not aware, we'll just be running through this quickly. So your paper 2 it's the written section of your exam. So paper 1 being multiple choice, paper 2 is a written section. And as is customary, you have the first section being the summary section, and then you have section 2 being short answer, where you essentially read a passage or a poem or something, and then you answer the short answer questions. The next section is basically short essays or short descriptive, stuff like that. So we'll be starting with summary, and this is the trickiest part for a lot of people, because since they ask you for just 120 words or something like that, some people think, oh, it's easy, but it's one of the most technical areas of the English exam. So great attention needs to be paid to it. So here are some, as I said, they usually ask you for 120 words, but I must reiterate this like all the time. Read the questions carefully, read the instruction, make sure you're clear on what it is. Because a few years ago, I guess before I would have done the English exam, some of the times they would have asked for 80 words. Sometimes they asked for 140. 120 is the standard amount, but make sure you read the instruction and pay attention to how many words you're being asked to write. If it's 80, you need to be very concise. If it's 140, not so concise, but still try to fit within the 120, and they will only read the 120. If they ask you for 120, they're not going to read beyond 120. And just letting you know, it can be done, because these examiners would have essentially gone through the passages themselves and tested different ways of writing it and making sure that it can be done. And if you're writing something for 120 words, the general idea is to not write less than 105 words and not beyond 120. So aim for something like 115, 116, 117. You can go up to the 120, but try to make sure you're maximizing on the word limit and what's allotted to you. This is language. Make sure you pay attention to the language used. So all your words are correctly selected to express what you want to say, and also organizing your content. You can't just start off with one thing, you jump to another and it's not flowing. Even though you're summarizing a passage, it needs to flow logically, it needs to make sense, and it needs to connect. So you use your connectives, things of that nature. So it needs to be a coherent piece of prose written in 120 words or less. And just a little visualization of your process in writing the summary. You start with your preparation, you do a rough copy, you do your revision of a rough copy, fair copy check. This is generally for summary, but in the exam situation, you have to be snappy with the time. You can't really be going over and over and over and writing multiple copies. So you shorten that. You do a quick preparation in less than 5 minutes. That would, well, hopefully the passage is not so long where you need to take more than 5 minutes. But you read your passage, or you read the whole thing. And I like to do this. I highlight the main idea. I highlight the major things that I know will come back in my summary. Then you go through, and so this would eliminate the step of listing them out or stuff like that. You highlight it so you know what you need to include, and then you do a rough go through, because they usually give you like this empty box below the summary section where you can put down things. So you can say, okay, the first sentence I'm going to use it here, whatever this is what I'm going to use. The main thing you need to remember though, you are writing. You're not supposed to be picking up anything from the passage and just dropping it back into your paper, because that's one of the things that CXC highlights as being an issue, where persons take stuff from the passage and you go through and you just write it back just the same. That's not the idea. So after you do your rough jotting down of what you're going to include, you go on and you write your summary. And at the end, if you have time, you can go back through. But typically, you write your summary and you make sure it's within the word limit and so on. So staying with summary, I've included this section. You know what you should do, but these are some things that are absolute no's. You never do these things. So you never add. You're writing a summary, so you're not supposed to be including any new thing. So no new information, even if the passage you read is about something you're very familiar with, do not take anything from your own knowledge or your own experience and add it to it. If you add anything to it, it's no longer a summary. You've changed the meaning of the work, and therefore you've defeated the purpose of the exercise you're given. The summary is simply a concise version of the original work. So you look at what is given to you, you identify the main elements of it, you look through and say, this is important, this is also important, this is also extremely important. You move those things into your summary and you put them in your own words. And that leads to the next never thing. Never write the sentences verbatim. So the aim of this summary assignment or the part of your exam is for you to reproduce meaning in your own words. So with summary, if you pick up something from the passage and write it back, that's plagiarism. The idea of it is to make sure you understand what the passage is saying, and then you write it in a shortened version. And something you must know, it's not just plagiarism, but it's also a possibility of you, how do I say it? Going up on your word limit, because sometimes the passage, the writer would have used a very long-winded way of saying something. And in writing it that way, if you take all that sentence and put it back in your summary, you are putting in a 20-word sentence when you could have said it in 5, 6, or 7 words, if you get what I'm saying. So essentially, the aim of it is to look at the passage, understand what it's saying, and then write it in a concise way. And this one, I think it's a given, but I still want to say it because I've seen where people do it, is they make lists. You never list. Any list you're doing, you do it in a box on your paper that's not being marked. That part is normally highlighted. You see, on your ruled pages that you're writing to submit to the examiner, you're not supposed to be writing lists. You should be writing in continuous prose. So that's paragraph. And right here, I actually put it in a way that's kind of continuous prose. So the task is to write a continuous prose. And essentially, in a paragraph, that's the topic sentence, then you continue. Therefore, you write paragraphs which consist of sentences. That is a supporting sentence to the first one. It also uses a connective. That is a key part of writing in prose. So you're not just writing sentences, throwing them together, but they must link to each other and show some relation with each other and lead somewhere. Next, you say the sentences must be grammatically correct with proper punctuations and an appropriate use of connectives. So yeah, so there you have a paragraph in continuous prose. If we didn't do it like that, it essentially is just some sentences put together. For your summary, it needs to flow, it needs to make sense, and it needs to be grammatically sound. Anything so far? Anybody have anything they want to ask before we go forward?
Are you showing a paragraph on your screen?
The screen should be saying how to write a summary, continued, absolute notes. Okay. And then at never lists, that's a paragraph. So I would have read it aloud.
Oh, okay.
Yes. All right. Any other question? Any comments? Any thoughts?
I just wanted to add, when you're writing a summary, you should also omit statistical data.
Yes, definitely. So all of those things would be support for main things. So when you're writing a long essay, or not necessarily a long essay, when you're writing an essay, or you're writing for anything longer than a summary, you essentially would be using different things to support. So you use quotations, you use statistics, you use different forms of evidence to build up your work. But for the summary, the aim is not to bring back these things. The summary is for you to bring out the main idea. So one of the things I like to do is, what is this statistic saying? What is it supporting? See, if it's supporting a point, then the point is what needs to be in your summary. Not the statistics, not the different evidence that is used, but the main idea. So that is what is being said. You use that in your summary, and then you move on to the next main thing that is in the piece that needs to be in your summary as well. All right. Anything else? Okay, so I'll
Does the main idea to be in your own words?
Everything has to be in your own words. So you paraphrase the main idea. So whatever I said, you paraphrase it without extending the sentence. So you change the phrasing, you adjust how the sentence is structured. Essentially just read it, whatever you understand it as, you write it in a proper sentence that's grammatically correct and concise. And that's a summary of whatever it is. And essentially you do that consistently until you get your paragraph for the 120, or your 2 paragraphs for the 120 words. Is that clear?
Just another question.
Go ahead.
When you're finished writing the summary, are you supposed to count the words and write it at the bottom of the page?
You don't have to write it, because they will check it, but make sure you count it for yourself to ensure you're within the limit. But you don't need to write it, but make sure you count it and it's under the 120. Another question? Thoughts? Anything else? Okay. As I take that we have nothing else, so I'll move to the next thing. So we're continuing with summary. You are to, in general, so this would have related to what I was talking about before. So you're rereading and stuff like that. So you're supposed to be, at this point, because I guess you would have been preparing for CSEC for some point now. So you would have to know, you read your thing, you read the passage, you reread. I say when you're doing that reread, because the first read you read for understanding, second read, that's when you go into it. You underline or highlight the main things. You can cross out, using a pencil or something, cross out the things that are repetitive or anything that seems unnecessary. You cross out the statistics, you cross out all of that. That brings to the fore all the important things. You write your summary, you organize it, you link it properly. And for 120, it's typically 2 paragraphs. You typically use 2 paragraphs. And of course, you check your number of words. And well, for grammar, with each sentence you're writing, bear in mind that grammar is an issue. And so it's a lot easier to write a grammatically correct sentence each time than to go back through the whole thing and check it again. But still make sure everything's on point and you change anything. If you realize that you've gone over the word limit, then that means you need to go back through and look for things that you included that were not exactly necessary. And at the end, you should have your summary that is between 110 to 120 words, and then you just move on to the next section. So here we're going to look at one example. And as I said before, make sure you read the questions carefully. And this one says, write your answer on the ruled page provided, so not the box that's below this, but the actual ruled pages that are there for writing your answers. And the boxes for your notes. So it says, read the following magazine article carefully and then write a summary of it in not more than 120 words. If this limit is exceeded, only the first 120 words of your answer will be read and assessed. As far as possible, use your own words. Your summary must be in the continuous prose. And it also says, in your answer, you will be assessed on how well you were able to identify the main ideas and opinions in the extract, organize and express these ideas and opinions, and use appropriate grammar, sentence structure, vocabulary, spelling, and punctuation. So these are things that they would expect everybody to know at this point, but they still include it. Ensure that you follow carefully. Next, I would like for somebody to read this for me, the passage. This is a passage that is being summarized. This is one of the longer ones, but they tend to be like this sometimes. So can somebody read it for me, and then we can go through and discuss what the main ideas are and what would be included in our summary as opposed to what we wouldn't include. All right, volunteers to read.
I will read it.
Okay, thank you.
CARIFESTA and Caribbean diversity. Despite their geographical closeness and their common history, the countries of the Caribbean are richly diverse and take pride in their diversity. Cricket is popularly seen as the activity that brings them together, but the cultural festival, CARIFESTA, is just as effective in a different way. The main purpose of CARIFESTA is to gather artists, musicians, and authors, and to exhibit the folkloric and artistic manifestations of the Caribbean and Latin American region. In an international multicultural event organized on a periodic basis by the countries of the Caribbean, the idea of a Caribbean art festival was first proposed at a convention of writers and artists held in 1970 in Ghana. It involved a vision of the region's peoples with roots deep in Asia, Europe, and Africa, coming together to share their art forms, literature inspired by the Caribbean's own peculiar temperament. Paintings drawn from the awe inspiration, tropical ecology, and the visionary inheritance of our forefathers. 2 years later, CARIFESTA, I was billed as a grand cultural exposition and was held in Guyana with almost 1,000 participants from 30 countries in the Caribbean, Central and South America. It was originally hoped that CARIFESTA would be held every 2 years in a different country, but the second festival in Jamaica did not take place until 1976. It was followed by a Cuban CARIFESTA in 1979, then CARIFESTA 5 in Barbados in 1981. Various problems prevented the staging of other festivals until 1992. Jamaica was due to host the 5th CARIFESTA in 1988, but economic problems and the ravages of Hurricane Gilbert made it impossible. The island of Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Antigua and Barbuda offered to co-host the festival in 1989, but the idea was not practicable. Subsequent festivals were hosted in Trinidad, St. Kitts and Nevis, Suriname, and the Bahamas. CARIFESTA aims to depict the lives and heritage of people of the region, show their similarities and differences, and by creating a climate in which art can flourish, persuade artists who have migrated for their art's sake to return to the region.
and it's not finished. There's still a paragraph left.
Okay. The Carifesta slogan, selected after a regional contest, was created by a Guyanese who lives in Jamaica. It aptly sums up Carifesta and its vision: sea of sounds, medley of images, world of peoples, common heritage.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So we're starting off with the summary. So somebody else, what is the main idea of this passage? So what stands out, having read this passage of about how many words? It's a lot. What is the main idea of this?
How Carifesta was developed.
All right. Nicole, I see your question in the chat. I'm going to come to it after we finish this. So somebody said how character was developed. What else?
The things that bring the Caribbean people together.
Yes, means the meaning and the countries that involved in the development of Carifesta.
Carifesta. All right. So there's something that I think is the overarching thought that I'm not hearing as yet. So
the purpose of Carifesta?
All right, the purpose of Carifesta. What is the purpose?
To display art.
That's one thing. All right. So
another thing that was obvious there was the difficulty in continuing the Carifesta on a yearly basis.
Okay, that's good too. All right. So having looked at everything, something that if you were given this passage, one of the things that need to be said is basically what Carifesta is. Because this whole passage, it's talking about Carifesta. So what is it? It is a festival held in the region to bring together artists and display their work. That essentially would be the first part of it. Then another, so something, here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. So essentially, with the main theme being that each paragraph brings about another idea, there needs to be 5 things discussed in your summary. Well, not discussed. Discussed is the wrong one.
Could you repeat the first main idea, please?
I was saying, what is Carifesta? So Carifesta is a regional festival held to bring together, well, this is a long sentence, really and truly, because if you're doing summary, you can't use this sentence I'm using. But it's a festival held in the region to bring together artists and display their works. Or bringing together, artists, because painters, musicians, all of them, they're artists. So, or creatives, so bringing together Caribbean creatives to display their works. So that is essentially what is being said in the first paragraph. Another thing being said is that it's a means of unifying the region through this aspect of creative expressions or through art. So that is being said in the first paragraph. Now, by the second paragraph, this talks about how it was actualized. So the main thing here is that it was an idea that the idea came about in the 1970s. So after this idea came about in the 1970s, the first one was staged in 1976. No, after, so we're now in the third paragraph, you need to say it was staged in 1976. You can include, depending on how many words you're at this point, you can include that participants from over 30 countries were involved. However, going now where you have all the challenges, you can't go through to say, oh, hurricane and this and that, all of that's happened, so it never happened for all these years. What you can say is that it was supposed to happen every other year, but several challenges caused it to not be so. You don't really have to go through to say what the challenges are, because then you would be going into giving examples. And if you're giving examples, you're not exactly summarizing. So right there, we've done like 3 or 4 sentences and we're already down to the 4th paragraph. So we say, CARIFESTA aims to depict the lives and heritage of people in the region, show their similarities and differences. Cross out show similarities and differences, because right there, it's saying the same thing as that it's trying to show these people's lives and heritage. It is inherent in that statement that by showing who these people are, you will highlight similarities and differences. And it is creating a climate for art to flourish and persuade artists who have migrated to return for their art's sake. We would have mentioned earlier that CARIFESTA is a means for unifying people and unifying the region through art. So this is essentially the same thing that's being repeated here in this paragraph. But if you want to expand on the idea of it a little more, when it was mentioned earlier, you could give like a longer sentence maybe, but nothing too long. And then we're now to the last paragraph. So the slogan, you can actually include the slogan is C of blah, 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 that thing there. But you need not include to say it was selected after a regional contest and it was created by a Guyanese who lives in Jamaica. If the slogan is important, you can say the slogan is Sea of Sound, Medley of Images, World of People and Common Heritage. If I were to include it, and this is how I would have done it. So in the first part, when you say what CARIFESTA is, so CARIFESTA is a regional festival held to celebrate artists, or regional festival held to bring artists together and display their work. It's a celebration of Caribbean art. You can say the slogan is blah, 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 and then that ends your first paragraph. And in the second paragraph, you go into saying, the idea came about in the 1970s, or it came about in 1970, and the first one was held in 1976. After it was held, there were many challenges, so it could not be maintained as initially put forward. And by that, you read it over, make sure your sentences flow. And I would have been going through and just saying sentences. These sentences need to correspond, so you can include words like similarly, therefore, hence. So an example, it was proposed that the festival be held every 2 years, full stop. However, comma, several challenges prevented this, full stop. So there you have a sentence connected to the one before, using the word however to show some difference or something there. So essentially, by doing all of that, you could get a summary under 120 words. Is that clear? Or do I need to go through it again? Or anybody, and you're open to say if you had a different idea or you would have approached it differently. So your peers can actually benefit from it.
Miss, could you go through it again, please?
Go through it again from the beginning?
You can start at the 3rd paragraph.
the third paragraph. Okay, so what I was saying is that this paragraph, in approaching any summary, you need to know what it's saying, and then you move from there. So the third paragraph is saying that CARIFESTA, it was supposed to be a grand cultural exposition and held in Guyana. It would have had 1,000 participants, almost 1,000 participants from 30 countries. And these countries would have not just been Caribbean countries, but Central and South American countries. It was hoped that it would be held every 2 years in a different country. But by the second festival in Jamaica, it never happened. So, well, never happened until 1976. And it goes on to say when the other festivals were held. And if you were to do the math, you realize that some of them happened 3 years later, some happened more than that. So there was some distinct difference in all of this. So to summarize this paragraph, which has 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 lines, you can go ahead and say, the first CARIFESTA had participants from over 30 countries in the region being Caribbean and Central and South America. So that would be the first part, to say it had participants from all these countries. The festival was supposed to be held biannually or every 2 years. However, this was not the case because of several challenges. And that right there sums up a lot of it. Does that make sense? Because several challenges would cover the hurricane, all of the economic issues, stuff like that. Does it make sense?
Yes, miss.
All right, so somebody had a question. I'm going to go back. All right, so there are 2 questions. Miriam says, when I'm writing my summary, I usually write back some stuff and eliminate some, and my teacher would mark it correct. So thank you so much. So the thing is, with the summary, as with most writings, everybody has their own way of doing things. However, the key thing is that you do not plagiarize the passage. You observe the limit, and you also make sure it is written logically. It follows, it makes sense. The thoughts connect properly. So you do, it works like that. Also, if you write and you realize that you're up to like 150 words, you need to go back through and say, okay, this may not be the most important thing, and you take it out. And in CSEC situation, because you're writing, you need to cross it out. Also, if you realize that it's when you do your rough draft in the notes box, if you realize that what you have is like 3 sentences and you know that's not going to come up to it, it means you would have missed something that's important. So you need to go back and find what you missed and include that in the thoughts you're putting together for the passage. So that's the general idea of the summary. The other question that I saw before, for my mock exam, the summary I had was exactly 120 words, but my teacher told me that my sentences are too long. How do I rectify that? All right, so the thing is not just about the 120 words, it's also about observing the mechanics of writing. And if you have a sentence that's going into 3-4 lines, that sentence is clearly too long and it needs to be shorter. So ensure that each of your sentences look at like one thought. So for example, I'm going to just use something here. It says, Let's find a sentence that kind of long. Right. Cricket is popularly seen as the activity that brings them together, speaking about the Caribbean there, but the cultural festival, Carifesta, is just as effective in a different way. That sentence is not all that long, but if you're writing for summer situation, it could be good to write that as 2 sentences. So cricket is popularly seen as the activity that brings the Caribbean region together, full stop. However, Carifesta, the cultural festival, can be just as effective, but in a different way. So there you have 2 sentences with the same amount of words, but it can be clearer for some people because you broke it up into 2 sentences that are easier to be followed than if you had 1 long sentence. So Nicole, does that make sense? Does that help in any way? Okay, great. And Christiane say, what if you write big and it takes up for it? If you write big, really and truly, because the way that the lines are on the page, no matter how big you write, certain things won't go longer than that. Give me a second, guys. So you can just look over it a bit and then I'll just give me a minute. All right, so I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I had to take that call. All right, so any other thoughts? Anything else that stands out? Anything else? Yeah, I think I was talking about the writing big thing. If you write big, the same thing applies because no matter how big or small you write, they're going to count your 120 words. And no matter how big or small you write, they're going to look at your sentence structure and how your sentences flow. Do they make sense, or are they too long, or are they too short, where they're not sentences, they're just phrases. So yeah, the size of your writing really doesn't matter. What matters is what is written. All right. So is that clear so far?
Yes,
clear, kind of clear, not clear. Anybody has any question about summary? Anything at all?
Miss
Antonette, my name is Antonette. Yeah, continue. Yeah, what's the question?
Could I summarize it and send it to you?
Send it to me. Sure, you can. I can't promise I'll look at it right away, but you can. Let me just, I respond more easily to email because yeah, WhatsApp is not necessarily the best way to get to me. Person. So that's my email. And if you want to try the summary, you can, and we can go through it together. All right, so next, we're going to something else. Comprehension. So that's just reading the things and answering some questions. So you'll be asked to read and answer questions in 2 separate well, on two separate extracts. One passage is literary and the other is expository. With the literary passages, you can get like a story, you can get a poem, you could possibly get like an extract from a play, so essentially script or dialogue. But most times what they use are short stories or they use poems. And expository is normally something that is telling you something, explaining something, and all that. Identify and appropriately select literary devices. That's normally one of the first questions they ask. So they would ask you like what is being used or what's the main idea, stuff like that. They also ask you to infer a meaning based on some details within the passage. And you should make sure you answer your questions clearly. And by virtue of them asking you a question that's straightforward, but giving you 2 or 3 lines, that should tell you should be answering your questions in sentences. So even though it asks you for something and says 1 mark, they're expecting you to answer in a sentence, as it is English language. They want you to show your how well you can handle the language. And so your answers should be precise and to the point, and try as best as possible to use your own words. And by using your own words, you show that you understand the passage and you know what you're talking about. And if you plagiarize, you can get 0, or you will get 0 if you plagiarize. So yeah. Starting with this one, I don't know how clear it is, but I would love for somebody to read it for me. It is an extract from a story. And somebody read, preferably a gentleman, read the passage. Anybody? Volunteers?
Miss, I'll go.
Okay, thank you.
When he had resolved the threatening conflict in his stomach, Paul stood up and placed his ear against the door. All sounds seemed to be coming from the front of the house. He inched the door open gingerly, and seeing that nobody was in the vicinity, with hands outstretched for support from the walls on both sides of the passage, he began feeling his way towards the room in which they were dancing. Bright-eyed young people spun and writhed before him in confusion of movement and color, while the older, more sedate couples glided effortlessly between the gyrating figures, lost in the smoothness of their rhythm. Then suddenly, it was not only the dancers who were moving. Gray streaks like heavy rain shot across his vision, and the music receded in the background and was replaced by a monotonous, low humming in his ears. Then the whole room began to turn, around and around and around and around. His head seemed to be revolving with rapidly increasing momentum through a narrowing tunnel of sound in every tightening spirals. Faster, faster, faster. Where to? He fought down the mounting pangs of nausea and pushed his head back hard against the wall, fixing his eyes on the illuminated text opposite him. God is God is the head of this house. It was as if he was standing in a constantly shaking kaleidoscope, and then slowly it gained control over his own internal movement, and he was able to separate the stationary objects from the dancers, who continued to move, swaying and twisting. As Paul watched, he noticed that some dancers glanced occasionally in his direction and then turned and whispered to their partners, who looked at him with furtive, suppressed smiles. But although these smiles were directed at him, they did not invite his participation. He inspected his clothing, but could find no possible cause for smirk. Don't know. But then they were not quite smiles of mirth. They were rather the sort that set him apart, that isolated him. As he watched, he longed to participate, to be accepted as one of them.
Okay, thank you. All right, so before I move on, I see there are other messages. I'll just check that and then we'll look at the comprehension. Oh, Natasha, can you open your mic and say that, please? Natasha? Or Natasia?
Yes.
Yeah, you were sending something in the chat?
What about the chat?
No, you said something in the chat?
Oh yeah, I was saying that I wasn't sure if this was the right was the right thing, because I think the syllabus changed and we don't get a passage anymore.
And so what do you get now?
I think it's like I think it's a memo. I think we could either get to write about a memo or a letter or an email or something like that.
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well, because I was like, I thought comprehension was only paper.
We have the syllabus already.
Okay, so you have, wait, hold on. Somebody's saying something. Expository writing. Expository writing is, yeah. Okay, so you're saying they no longer ask you to read and answer questions.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Okay, so you see this section, even if they don't use it anymore, it's still good to do it, because when you get your multiple choice, it will be the same kind of concept where they're asking you to read stuff and interpret and answer questions. So I can essentially skip over it, but I just want you to go through a few of the questions, answer them, especially the first 3 questions, and then we can go on to the next part, and then we can pick up on whatever else it is that is in the list of topics that you'll be covering that you're not clear on. On the topic they released, you're getting informative discourse. All right, so we just do the first one, the first set, because they normally have like 10 questions. We just look at the first 4. So what problem had Paul been experiencing according to the words when he had resolved the threatening conflict in his stomach? So that's the first line. What do you think he is experiencing that right now?
Anxiety? I'm not sure.
Anxiety. Well, it sounds like nausea, because conflict in the stomach it's sometimes nausea. And he said he resolved it. So he felt better. So he was going out now. So he was no longer nauseous. It was no longer nauseous. What does the word gingerly in line 3 mean? Line 3, he would have said, he opened the door gingerly. What does that mean? Gingerly. No thoughts?
Carefully.
That's one way to look at it. It's less careful and more like with apprehension. So he didn't just open the door. He did it carefully, kind of fearfully, essentially. He took his time in doing it. And this section would have asked for explanation. That's different. Or the specific expression from paragraph 2, which suggests that Paul's earlier problem was not resolved. Paragraph 2 being here. What says his earlier problem was not resolved? It would be here in line 11, 12, 13, 13, where he says, he fought down the mounting pangs of nausea. So that would suggest he's still feeling bad. So we're just going to skip through. This is another one. This would have been an expository piece looking at formal education. Story or descriptions. This section is oftentimes the part that, even though it seems easiest, and a lot of people can, in fact, be descriptive or write stories, the expression element is where a lot of people lose marks. So the knowledge part is high, but the expression is a lot lower because two things. One, there's not much use of appropriate literary devices and vocabulary. There is also the issue of the way you write, the mechanics of writing, proper sentence structures, appropriate use of long and short sentences, and all of that. As well as, this is a key thing, a lot of people misinterpret what is being asked. So you're given a prompt to say, write a story about something specific, and you start off on the right track, but you end up somewhere else that is not exactly what they're asking for. So unless you stick to what is being asked of you, you cannot maximize on your marks. So you need to actually read the instructions carefully, abide by the word limit set, and be creative in the way you're writing. Let's see. Somebody saying the format of the exam changed in 2018. So we'll have to go through the last, section B again afterward. So oftentimes they give you these grainy black and white pictures and say, write a story about this picture based on this picture, or you're given worded questions. So I'm just going to go through this one and we can go through it together. Your answer in this section should be approximately 400 to 450 words. You must use standard English, and you can use dialect in conversation. Write your answer on the ruled pages and all of that. In your response, you must tell, you'll be assessed on how well you use the stimulus being the picture here, as well as develop and organize content in your essay, and also how you use language appropriately based on your audience, your purpose, and your content, and also grammar, sentence structure, paragraph, vocabulary, spelling, and punctuation. So if you're given this picture, for all of 35 marks, what would be the story you would write? What are you seeing? So we'll start there. If you're given a picture, you need to first identify what you're seeing, what you're not seeing, and what feelings the picture evokes. So that's 3 things to look at. What's there, what's not there, and what feelings you get. And from that, you would be able to come up with your story.
Poverty.
All right. So somebody say, you see poverty. And so let's do the exercise in the order. So first, what do you see? I'm hearing poverty. That's kind of a takeaway. What do you see? What do you see in front of your eyes? What are you seeing?
A little boy sitting on a tire with a baby in some dirty area.
All right, so there's a child there with another child. They're sitting on a tire. The background looks dilapidated or destroyed. Somebody say, what they're not seeing, there's no parent there. So this little child is holding another child the way a parent would. So you're not seeing a parent. You're also not seeing home, or you're not seeing essentially a community, or you're not seeing things that you would expect to see. So I didn't say it. So you're seeing a tire. He's sitting on a tire, as opposed to on a bench or on a stool or in a house. He's outside sitting on a tire with the other child in his lap. And also looking at him, he's just there with the bigger one looks worried, concerned. He's wearing an adult expression, because oftentimes children of that size are, free-spirited, out playing. That would be a different look than what you're seeing here. So all the things you're seeing, a very destroyed looking background, a child sitting outside with another one, and he just looks concerned. He's there sitting down with a little boy. Well, you're not seeing a parent, you're not seeing structures behind him, you're not seeing, well, you can see buildings, I guess, but it's far back and they don't look to be in the best of conditions. So feelings, distress, there's concern, there is sadness. So there are different ways you can take your story. From this alone, you can write a story about the aftermath of war. You can write something about the aftermath of an hurricane or an earthquake. A lot of people would set this up in Haiti, for example, life after 2010. Or you can be even more creative and say, oh, it's a futuristic world after the Russia-Ukraine thing finishes. Or there are so many ways you can take this. However, the main thing for your story is that you need to tie it to this picture in some way. Whether you're going to make this boy a character, and see somebody else go with something else, a runaway child that has been abused at home. So he ran away, brought his little brother with him. So even though out here looks like this, it's better for him than where he was coming from. So all of these things need to come into play for your story. So you can build up the story any way you want. A parent died from disease. You can build up the story any way you want. Give the characters life. But at the end, not the end in the sense of first, second, third, the end, but your story needs to in some way link to this picture. So whether you're going to open with a description of this picture as your scene, so you set up your story and this is your scene, or you're going to tie it in somewhere in the middle of your story, this needs to come into play. And something that a friend of mine actually did, which is interesting, is in looking at this picture, she said, She started it out with a description of the scene, and then she says, boy sitting in wonder, reflecting on a future that may never happen. And the story then jumps from here and looks at the life the little boy wants to be living on a beach, playing with his little brother, enjoying himself, all of these things. And then something happens and he's thrust back into his reality that this is where he's at. A riverside town that was destroyed by a hurricane. Parent would have died, or a parent missing that you don't know. So there are many ways that you can take this, but some key things to note: ensure that the stimulus is included in some way in your story. Your story links to it and makes sense. It's logical, but it's also creative, and it shows your use of the language and how you use vocabulary, so using appropriate words. And vocabulary here, I'm not talking about using big words. It's using appropriate words to express what you want to say. So that good? Any questions? Any questions? Thoughts? Comments? Whether open your mic and say it, or you can send something in the chat. All right, so to tie this up, as I said, in writing your story, you need to do, if you're using the picture as your stimulus, you need to look at what is there, what is not there, what feelings this picture evokes, and then you tie that into your story using the different elements. All right, next. This one is not very clear. Well, this is a different type of stimulus. It's a sentence basically, and you're supposed to write a story which includes this. He looked, he wiped his eyes, he looked again at the screen and was sure he was not seeing right. No, he screamed, it is not true. This one is tricky, even more tricky than the one with the picture, because I've heard of instances where, having looked at the sentence, some people, you get an idea of what you want to write. All right, hold on. I'm going to come back to your question, Michelle. All right, so they come and you have an idea of what you want to write, and you write a whole story, and by the end, you did not include the sentence. It says you need to have the sentence in there. So whether you're going to start off with the sentence, and then you do like a flashback to say how you got to this point, or you write your story and you include this in the middle, or you have a whole story developed and at the end you add this to say this is the reaction of a character to something that happened. If it says include the sentence, you literally are throwing away all your marks if you do not include the sentence, because if the sentence is not there, then you did not answer the question. And then the other thing, description. A story is a story, a description is a description. If you're describing, it needs to be clear. You cannot be writing an exposition if the question asks you to describe. Describe, you're using adjectives, you're using different adverbs that add to it. You need to be illustrating or painting a picture that somebody can, having read your descriptive piece, they can have a clear picture in their mind of what you're talking about. So this is, as far as the eye could see, there were long lines of people from all over the neighborhood heading down the hill toward the town center. Follow one stream of the crowd and describe what you saw and heard as they walked. And describe in particular what you saw and heard as the stream reached the destination. A mistake that people commonly make: you read the sentence, the sentence saying, as far as I could see, and you go ahead and you write a story that includes people going down to the town center. When the thing is not to write a story, it's to describe. and it's clear about what you should be describing, what you saw and heard. So in saying what you saw and heard, you can essentially come up with some scenario about what is happening through what the people are saying. So that's what you heard and what you saw. Or is it that they're walking with placards, or they're just walking down because somebody important is coming and they want to see this person? And so you describe all of these things. And then in particular, you say, when you get there, what is happening? What did you see? What did you hear? And the descriptive elements, you have to be using not just the adjectives and so on. So you don't just say there was a big crowd and the crowd was loud and there were some people wearing some pink shirts, and not just like that, but create imagery. So use unique words to say things about what is happening. So you are engulfed in a sea of bodies as they all marched to the town center, demanding whatever it is them a demand. You could smell whatever. And you can bring in other things like what you're smelling and what you're hearing, but make sure you're looking at what you saw and what you heard. And so that's the description. Any questions, comments? Questions and comments?
Yes, there's a question.
Yeah, sure.
How can I help myself in becoming descriptive in writing a story?
All right, let's do a little activity. Let's see. I'm going to go back to this one. All right, describe this. Let's see how you have it now, and then I'll tell you how you can improve upon it. So we're using this picture. Describe what you're seeing there. And they normally ask for more than one element. So describe what you're seeing and hearing. You can give me like 3 sentences.
Blank.
Oh, come on. Or somebody wants to help him? Just describe what you're seeing. And let me just show you an example. Just say the boy is sitting with his brother in his lap. That is me telling you something. That's not me describing, that's me telling you something. But if I were to say, little Johnny sat in distress, pondering life. What kind of thought do you get? Him pondering life.
Basically, I think must stay at a space.
So he's pondering life. Then you can add to it to say, or you can even, to describe, you can go as far as to say, little Johnny sits as an old man, or he sits like an old man reflecting on years gone. It still gives you this idea that he's doing something odd. Then you can follow that up and say he sits with his head in his hand, holding his brother who is shrieking. And are you shrieking here? He doesn't look like he's crying here, but still. Shrieking, it's a word which essentially is crying. But if I said crying, in description, if I said crying, it creates a different image than to say he's shrieking. Crying, he could just be there and tears running down his face. It's just the same as saying somebody is writhing in pain, as opposed to saying the person is feeling pain. So it's not just using adjectives, but it's using words that create the image that you want to create. So the community, there was a hurricane in the community, is one way of saying it. You're telling them there's a hurricane, but you can describe it to say, after Hurricane Sandy, let's say a community, Fruitfulville, let's just say. After the hurricane, Fruitfulville looks like a battered war town or something along those lines. So you create an idea Not just saying this was big, this was little, this was small, this smelled nice, it looked pretty, but you create an idea using words that are thoughts, pictures. You paint pictures with your words. So people automatically get an idea through reading the sentences. You get what I'm saying? Am I clear? Am I not?
Yes, miss.
All right. Any other questions? Anything else? And I must say, a lot of this, it's about doing. So whereas with paper one, you may be able to swap some of the answers, and with this, you need to practice. So just as though with your summaries, you need to be reading stuff and doing summaries, you need to practice writing stories, you need to practice doing descriptions. I like to do it not just to jump and do the 400, but using small scenarios and situations, I go ahead and I just jot stuff down, or I look at it and I come up with a sentence that, how can I make this descriptive, or how can I make this? And even switching it around, I can read something that's descriptive and I can change it to an exposition, because I can say, all right, so all these descriptors, all these adjectives, all of these things is fluff. It's there to make you get an image. So it's about taking out the fact, and with the fact, you get the exposition. If you're using fact alone, that's an exposition. If you're using descriptions and loaded words and just all these creating of imagery, then you're doing this description. So that's the difference. One is fact, one is images and ideas and stuff of that nature. All right, so again, expression. We often do argumentative writing, and to me, it's one of the easiest areas. It really is one of the easiest areas for me, but I tend to realize it may not be the case for many people. With the arguments, you are awarded marks for, obviously get marks for content, but it's mostly about how you say what you're saying and how you use language. Are you able to, and it's kind of persuasive in a sense, can you persuade somebody to join your side of the argument? So you say the sky is orange, I say it's blue. Even though the sky is blue may seem as fact, how do I convince a person who believes the sky is orange that it is actually blue? So here you need to be coming in with your facts, your evidence, things that support your standpoint, and say, hey, this is the case because 1, 2, 3, these are my points. And so you get somebody to join you on your side of the argument. And I see people have debates all the time, and even though they are correct, they lose ground because another person is more persuasive, another person has more solid arguments, more convincing arguments. So here, it's your chance to shine, it's your chance to develop your argument and sell it to somebody else. All right, so we're going on to some tips. Introduction and conclusion, and this goes for any essay you're going to write. If it's an essay, stories are different, but if you're writing essays, definite must-haves. Your introduction and your conclusion. And I say, ensure these are done well. If you're writing an essay, you need to have an introduction. The introduction sets the stage for what you're writing. And this is kind of a formula I've developed. It's not unique to me. A lot of people who write good essays, they write it this way and it works. You start with people say, oh, you start with a general statement. General in what way? Whatever the stimulus is, you find something about the stimulus and you say something that may seem general, but it grabs people's attention and they want to hear more. Then you follow up that attention grabber with something that links the attention grabber to the question. So this is where you either paraphrase the question in some way, or in some way include the question that you're given, then you move to either something else about the question, or if it's one of those longer questions that cause for some back and forth, then you go into your thesis. This is where you state your position clearly and list your main points. Usually we go for 3 for these type of things. Stating your position clearly, you say whether or not you agree or you disagree with the statement. From the get-go, you need to say, this is your position, so the examiner knows where you're going with this. Why are you saying this? What is there to expect? It also allows them to say, if you have a thesis and your thesis says you're in agreement, but they read the body and the body sounds as though you're not agreeing, then clearly either the thesis is wrong or the body, well, both of them cannot be right at the same time. So one is wrong. And the thesis is your opportunity to say clearly what you intend to say. Is that clear? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, miss.
All right. So an example. Okay, I'm just going to use something here. Stimulus being CXC should not, so stimulus, CXC should not give the topics ahead of time. That's a sentence. That, do you agree, do you disagree? If you're in agreement, your thesis needs to say, CXC, well, no, I think there's a not in there that may cause it confusing. So let's take out the not. CXC should give the topics ahead of time. That is a sentence. Your thesis can be, CXC should provide the questions or the topics ahead of time because it allows for students to be better prepared. So your main points now, allows students to be better prepared, allows teachers to focus on key topic areas, and 3, something else. So that's essentially it. Now, the thing about that is when you go onto the body, you need to be exploring these. Whatever you say in your thesis as your reasons for the position, you use a paragraph to develop each of the reasons. So we're going to flip it now. CXC should not. So if your thesis or your position would have been against the stimulus, you can say CXC should not give students the topics ahead of time because 1, it promotes laziness. 2, it allows teachers to ignore other key areas of the syllabus. And 3, let's see, it's not a fair test of how much students would have learned throughout the academic year or something like that. So any of these sides you choose, it's your position to choose. A lot of people think, oh, because it's argumentative, you must agree with it and then argue in favor of it, or you must disagree and then argue, whatever. Whatever you think you have more substance with, you choose that point and go with it. And as I said, each of your points from your thesis, you pick it up in a paragraph. You start off your body paragraph, all of them must have topic, sentence, and supporting details. So if your point from your thesis is that giving students the topics ahead of time makes them lazy, that essentially can become a topic sentence. Do not start all your body paragraphs the same way. So you can't say CXC should not give them the topics because that, and then your sentences start like that. That's boring, that's monotonous. You need to change it up a bit. So one paragraph can start off to say, CXC should not give students the topics ahead of time because it promotes laziness. While your other paragraph can say, students, this test, well, giving students the topics ahead of time is not in their benefit because it ignores some of the key parts of the syllabus. So some way you try to mix it up so you get a more dynamic essay as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like it's boring to read. And if it's boring to you, it's going to be even more boring to your examiners. And your expression marks would reflect that same. And then I guess this question leads into my next one. To say, is it possible to write on both points of view at the same time? With expository writing, you write both points of view for fairness and balance. With argumentative essays, you're not looking for fair and balance. You're looking to convince somebody of your perspective. So the only time the opposing views come in, so you choose a stance, you stick to it. The only time an opposing position would come in is a paragraph they call the counter arguments. Do not put your counter arguments as your first point, do not put it at your last. If it's your first point, it may lead persons to thinking this is what you want to talk about. If it's your last point, it's what they remember. So if you're doing two paragraphs in support of your arguments, you do the first one in support of yours, the counter argument in the middle, your points, and then your conclusion. Counter argument, you state an opposing point, then you refute it. You're not stating it to say, oh, this is a point and this is. No, you're stating it for the point of saying, this and really it because. So you're not supposed to be contradicting yourself. You state, so for example, using the same example, I'm sticking to the position I had before to say, giving students the topics ahead of time is not a good idea. A counter argument then could be, it really is a good idea. And when you're doing your counter arguments, please bear with me here. When doing your counter argument, it needs to be stated clearly that you're doing it for counter. So you say, some people may say, or you say, the opposition may say, an opposing view is, or alternate perspectives would suggest. So you use all of these different things to say, to introduce the counter argument. And you say here that an opposing view is that students benefit from having the topics ahead of time so they can adequately prepare for the exams amid all the stresses they're enduring due to COVID-19, because that's one of the things people would say. So that is a thought to say, hey, they need it more because everything that's happening, it's stressful. Now, to refute that, so you say that is the point, and that's the position. You refute it by saying, however, that is not necessarily an important point, or it is not the most important point, because stress will persist. There will always be stressors from the external world. So why are you creating for them a situation where they are getting, essentially you're going to say, you're making students reliant on this ease. So, oh, they're going to get the topics ahead of time because everything is stressful. What happens next? What happens when they go to the university or they go into a workplace? What will they do when all these stresses persist and there is no one to give them a way out? They will need to be prepared on their own. Or you can look at it another way, or you can say, hey, students from previous generations had different stressors. You have students who go through all sorts of issues and they still got prepared for their exams. What sets them apart? So something like that would have been a counter argument. So you say, some people say this and full stop, and then you say, however, this is not the most important thing to note because, and then essentially by using that counter argument, you give yourself a chance to introduce another point for yourself. Do not use a point you already discussed as support for your counter. So you can't say, oh, first point is student lazy, then you do your second paragraph and you do your counter argument, and then in refuting that argument you say, oh, you go back to saying lazy. No, you need to be saying something else. So all of it comes together as a strong argument. And so here, yeah, go ahead.
Is the counter argument supposed to be in your introduction paragraph as well?
No.
Okay.
No, your introduction with your thesis needs to be saying your position and your main points.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why when you're introducing the counter argument, it needs to be clear that this is not your point. Because if it's your point, your examiner will say, but you never mentioned this in the thesis. So you need to say some people may, and it needs to be in a paragraph by itself. I think that was a given one. In a paragraph by itself, and you say some people say, or an opposing view is, and you introduce it like that, and then after you finish up that paragraph, you go back to your final point and you say.
So in all, the essay structure would be a 6-paragraph essay?
6. If it is that you're doing 3 points, then you will have 6 in total. If you're doing 2 points, you'd have 5 in total.
Okay.
So you need your introduction and your conclusion, and you have your points and you have the counter argument. I should note about the counter argument, it bolsters your points when you have a good one. But if you do not have a good one, or it's a situation where there are good opposing views, but you cannot refute it, do not include it, because it drags down your argument if you introduce an opposing point that you cannot put down. If you cannot oppose the point, then clearly the position wins over yours. So if you cannot refute it, do not use it. Stick to your introduction, your points, your conclusion, and finish. It adds to the dynamics of it. It adds to the possibility of getting a higher score. However, if you do not have good argument against it, exclude it. It's better to be safe than to use it and then basically knock down your own argument. Is that clear?
Yes, miss.
Okay. And then I'm going to keep on reiterating this. Your essay needs to have strong organization, like clear introduction. Oh, by the way, when you're doing your conclusion, be clear that you're concluding. So in conclusion, and for your conclusion, the first sentence in your conclusion, it's in conclusion, or in conclusion is better. In conclusion, comma, and then you essentially restate your thesis. Do not pick it up and put it back there the same way. It should paraphrase the thesis, restate the thesis. So in a different way, you're going to say what your thesis said. So in conclusion, you state your position again, because, and you state your main points. Then the follow-up to that may be just a little bit more from each of your points, nothing more than a sentence or two. And then you end thoughtfully. So end with something that's memorable, something that ties the whole thing together, something that, think of it this way, if you're watching a debate and these arguments are being presented, at the end, you need to make sure that that's something that would stick. So just as you have an attention grabber at the beginning, you need to have a thoughtful end, something that people will remember at the end. And don't just draw a random thing out of nowhere. Make sure it connects to your arguments. And of course, I must say this, do not introduce anything new in your conclusion. If you never said it in the body, let it die there. Do not bring it back. Do not remember something at the last minute and say, oh, let me just tack it on in the conclusion. The conclusion is not for you to add more things. It's for you to wrap up, restate, or summarize. And it's a good way now to look at it. Just as how with summarizing, you're supposed to write in concise, no new thing. It's the same thing. For your conclusion, that is what you're doing. So this is what was said, and you end there. So again, argument needs to have, good organization, grammatically correct at all times. You properly punctuate. So I think I can share a link with you guys. I don't have it right now, but I can share it in the WhatsApp. How to use commas correctly, because I think comma is one of the things that it beat people bad all the time. Using commas appropriately, making sure all your questions have question marks, your exclamations have exclamation marks, all of that. Appropriate connectives. So each of your paragraphs need to have a linking word. You have internal linking words like hence and therefore and stuff like that. Those are internal. So within a paragraph, you use those. But at the beginning of new paragraphs, you have things like additionally, similarly, likewise, in contrast. In contrast would only come in with the counter argument section where you say, in contrast, an opposing view is, or something like that. So you have these words that you use to bring it all together. So it follows well. And of course, your arguments need to be logical. So A plus B equals C. You cannot be writing an argumentative essay, and when you read it, it just don't make no sense. How do you get this, or you get to this point using this as evidence? So your evidence and your claims need to lead to a logical conclusion. See something in the chat. Yeah, firstly, secondly. Firstly, secondly, kind of weak, but it's the safe way, especially if you're doing your 3-point essay. So it's a firstly, this, because, and then your next paragraph, secondly, it is this way because, thirdly, whatever. But you don't use firstly, secondly, unless you're doing at least 3 things. So firstly, secondly, thirdly. If you're doing 1 and 2, you don't really need to. And I think a lot of people do this as well. For your first paragraph, you say firstly, but then for the second paragraph, you don't say secondly. If you're using firstly, it needs to be in reference to a count. So firstly, secondly. If you don't plan on saying secondly, do not use firstly. Use something else. Is that clear?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
All right, so I think we're going to do one more and then we can go to section 2. All right, so this says, somebody was asking something?
Yes, miss. So miss, for the conclusion part, you said it should say like, in conclusion, then rephrase the thesis statement and continue from there.
Oh, so all right, so you say in conclusion and you rephrase what your thesis statement is. So that's essentially your position and your points in the shortest way you can rephrase, just a sentence. Then the other sentence, right after that one, would be a summary of your entire essay. The longer the essay is, you may need, the conclusion may be 2 sentences, 3 sentences, 4. The 4 sentences normally if you're writing like a 3,000 word essay. For a 300 word essay, your conclusion, the summary in your conclusion does not need to be more than a sentence. So you restate your thesis, you state your position in 1 sentence. Then the second sentence, you are to summarize your essay. So summarize it all. And if it is, you may go up to 2 sentences for the summary, but nothing more than that. And then your last sentence, so this would either be the 3rd or 4th sentence in the conclusion, is a thoughtful end. So using the same example I would have been using before, a good way to end, if it is that you're saying CXE shouldn't give students the questions ahead of time or the topics ahead of time, a good way to end would be, you can use something like, think about the student's future. We are to prepare them for what's next. Giving them the topics ahead of time is not appropriate preparation. And that even kind of long, but that's one way to, so at the very end, see, ending it there, a person, even if the person comes in and that's all they hear, they know what you were talking about. If you're on the other side, you can say something along the lines of students, no, not students. How do I put it? I know what I want to say, but it's kind of hard to articulate it. There is no point in being difficult at the detriment of our students. Or you can say something along the lines of, if the old way does not work, it is time to change it. So these sentences don't come out of nowhere. They are related in some way to what you would have been saying before. But at the end there, it's just something to think about. It's not something new. It's not a new discussion. It's just some way to end it. And when you end, the conversation ends there. Is that clear?
Yes, Miss. Thanks.
All right. So that's the conclusion. And that's something you apply to in general when you're writing essays. You restate your thesis or your position, you summarize what was said, and you end thoughtfully. That's how we normally do conclusions. And with that, you tend to tie up the whole discussion. So let's look at this one here. It says, these are the options. So the first one, we do not need to be concerned about global warming or climate change. The environment needs no help from us. It can take care of itself. So you're going to write an essay, either you support the statement or you oppose it. Anybody wants to tell me what this is saying and a point or two that they would use? Anybody? We're wrapping up now, so let's power through. We've been good all day.
Miss, I would use the fact that if you cut a tree, the tree would grow back.
All right, wait, first, and then
further.
Wait, this is why I say it like this now. I said, tell me what your thoughts are. You can't just jump to the point, sir. You need to say where you're going. So are you supporting or are you opposing? And then you say what points. Okay.
Miss, I'm supporting it. A point I'd use is that
supporting.
If you cut a tree, it would grow back on its own. So therefore, if you let the climate or the ecosystem alone or leave it alone, it will repair itself.
Okay, interesting. All right, anybody with an opposing view, what would you say and what would your points be? Opposing view.
So I would oppose it about leaving it alone. Or I've seen that humans now emitting a lot of carbon dioxide.
Can you repeat that? Like, I think I'm not hearing properly.
I would oppose it, seeing that humans are emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. So they are contributing to the change.
All right. So I did it like that because think of your thesis as the framework for your essay. The first thing that needs to be said is whether or not you agree or you disagree. Then you also give your points. So if you're supporting, your thesis would sound something like, we do not need to be concerned about global warming because, well, we do not need to be concerned about global warming or climate change because the environment can repair itself and, well, can repair itself. That's one point. 2, it has existed long before us and will continue existing after we're gone. And 3, something else, because I'm not really good on the environmental stuff, but yeah, you can say it like that. If you're opposing, then you can also say, we should be concerned about global warming and climate change because 1, the rate of the change exceeds normal, it exceeds what's normal. 2, the repairs or the ecosystem cannot repair itself fast enough to keep up with human demands. And 3, you can something along the lines of the things that we're doing to damage the earth, them really not necessary. But if you get what I'm saying, so you need to say what you're saying. The first part is a position. So you say we do not need to be concerned about it, or you say we should be concerned about it. And there you immediately state your stance. And then from there, you list your points in the same sentence. And there you have your thesis sentence. Then you pick up each of those and you develop your body paragraphs and you go from there. All right, let me check the chat before I continue. All right, somebody mentioned biblical references. For argument, don't really use biblical references. And here's why. Especially in this day and age, we have to recognize that not everyone is of the Christian faith. There are some people who do not believe in religions. There are others who have different religious beliefs. So using a biblical reference, it's only impactful when dealing with other Christians. So I would not say God gives us the responsibility of taking care of them, though I might believe it, it may not be believed by everybody. So we can say it in another way to say, we all live here, we all have to endure it, so we should take care of it. It's essentially taking care of our extended home. So just as how you keep your house clean because you have to live in it, you need to keep the earth clean, keep the earth prosperous, because we all have to live here and endure it. We have no other earth at the moment. We have nowhere else to go. And somebody else had something to say. By the way, was I clear on that last point? Yeah, no, maybe so. All right, and another one, and humans are doing the opposite, but the earth will not be destroyed. Well, so am I clear so far? And this last one says, if the youth today appear lost, somebody saying something? Oh, you weren't hearing me? Okay, sorry about that. So, what was the last thing you heard? Anybody hearing me? What was the last thing you heard? You're not hearing me? Well, 3 main points. All right, so you said the last thing you heard is about 3 main points. Elaborate on that so I can know how far back I should go. All right. So I think I was looking at okay, so I was explaining that, well, I think somebody was, I didn't say bibliographical, not, I was talking about biblical, as in Bible-related things, to say, because different people are from different religions, that's not the best argumentative tool. So you tend to use things from general knowledge as opposed to specific religious things. Now, in relation to the points, in your thesis, you would have come up with your position as well as your position and 3 points. You pick up each of those points and you explain them in separate paragraphs. So your first paragraph would look at what the first point in your thesis is saying, and you give your supporting evidence. You say you can cite a source or something that you've read or an example from your own life or something that you've observed. All of these things come in to support your point. And then having supported your point, you end your paragraph by linking it back to your thesis. So you should be ending your paragraph with something to reiterate what your position is. So after all of you said in all of what you've said in your paragraph, you've concluded that this position is the one that makes sense. And then from there, you do each of your paragraphs like that. You link them using your connectives, and when you're finished, you go into your conclusion, as I would have explained before. Now, is that clear? Or anybody still kind of lost, or something is unclear to you? This is your chance to ask. All right, since I'm not having any questions, I'll just go into the last one here. It says, if the youth today are lost, or if the youth today appear to be lost, then the previous generation have somehow failed in their responsibility to nurture their own offsprings. Write an essay giving your views on this statement. And you must be clear, even though it says write your view, you should be supporting or opposing the statement. No, maybe, or whatever. You're going to say it is their fault or it's not their fault. So if you're in support of the sentence, you need to be saying, youth today who appear lost, this is the fault of their parents or their previous generations, because it was their parents' responsibility to socialize them into what's socially acceptable, prepare them for what is expected in the real world, as well as give them the foundation or the means to do the things that they need to do, or allow them to realize their dreams, or provide them with education. Or you can use a vast number of examples to say, these are the responsibilities of parents, and if they don't fulfill these requirements, that's why their children seem to be lost. If you're opposing it, you can say, however, that if they appear lost, it's not on the previous generation because they would have been doing all these things for them, but children refuse to make the most of it. Or they don't want to go to school, or they don't want, like, there's so many things you can draw on. And the key thing to note with the argumentative essay, CXC does not necessarily have a list of points that they think are points you need to be submitting. It's not like social studies or science or so biology or one of those areas where they are expecting specific things in relation to this question because they would have taught you these specific things. So it's not pull and push factors from social studies or anything from biology or anything of that nature. It's about your argument. So you pull from your own experience and your own knowledge base to provide some answers. What they're grading you on is logics. So does it make sense? So your point, does it have adequate support? Does what you're saying make sense? Does it all add up? Does it lead logically to the conclusion you're making and the conclusion you're trying to convince other people of? So if it makes sense, if it's well written, if it's observing the mechanics of writing, if it's grammatically correct, if it's properly expressed, it's engaging, it's convincing. Once you have all those elements, it really doesn't matter what the points are. So it's on you to draw on your own experiences to say these points make sense to me. All right, is that clear? Any questions on argumentative writing? Anything? You can open your mics and speak. You can send something in the chat. Somebody saying this, clear. Clear. All right. Anything else? Any questions? All right. So, all right. So as I would have said before, so this would naturally be the end. However, as you guys would have said, section 2 is different this year. So for the expository writing, anybody have any specific examples of things that they are not clear on or anything like that? Or you have a question from your mock exam that you want me to review with you? Anybody have anything they want to look at? And I can give you some pointers.
Miss, different types of reports.
Types of reports. All right. Do you, let me stop the share because that's basically the end of it. Stop share. Going back to Zoom. All right. Somebody said, check the previous question. Can you resend the question, please? Because I can't really, oh, you did have something. What was the previous question?
Mr. Purser was asking if you were going to go over expository writing.
Oh, that was the question? Okay, great. All right. Oh, there was something else. So after writing those points in your thesis, we're going to further explain them in different paragraphs. Yes, so you have your thesis statement and it's a sentence. Thesis statement, one sentence with your position and the 3 points. You're going to take each of your points and develop a paragraph from each of the points. So if you have 3 points, you need minimum 3 body paragraphs, each paragraph looking specifically at your point. So if your argument is that Friday is the worst day of the week, and your thesis says it's the worst day of the week because you're always tired, it's the day before the weekend, it is the last day you get to see your friends. If those are your points that you have in your thesis, then you're going to, your first paragraph for the body would be, Friday is the worst day of the week because I'm usually tired on Fridays. Then you're going to say why you're tired. You're going to say, oh, I've been going to school all week. By the time it gets to Friday, I'm burnt out. I'm really tired. All of those things. And then at the end of that paragraph, you're going to say, because I'm always tired, I really think Friday is the worst day of the week. Then you move on to your next paragraph and to say, similarly, or likewise, I think Friday is the worst day of the week because it's the day before the weekend. And you get what I'm saying? So each of your points need to come from your thesis. So your body paragraph should not be discussing anything that you didn't reference in your thesis. Likewise, your thesis should not be talking about anything that you're not going to develop in your body paragraphs. So your thesis needs to point to what you're going to discuss. And then after you finish discussing, your conclusion is a restatement of your thesis. So it's essentially summarizing and tying up what you would have discussed. Oh, I stopped sharing the screen. So I would have stopped sharing the screen because I covered all the points already. So all the points on the PowerPoints have been covered. So I've stopped the share. Anything else? I'm now taking questions. If you have questions, we can go over it at this point for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Anything else? All right, so you have to practice summary. Is there anything that, like, any pointers you need me to go over again? Anything with the summary you need help with? Anything else? Also, somebody's asking, how can I write my story in the allotted time? So usually CXC gives a suggested amount of time for you to do each of the tasks. These suggested times, they normally test them out to make sure they can write it in that time. Now, if it is that you're going to be spending 40 minutes on your story, I normally like to use a plan method. So looking at the stimulus, you say, what is it that you want to write about? So if it's that you're going to write a story after the picture, you look at what's in the picture, what's there, what kind of emotions you get, and then you come up with a concept. You can take that like 5 minutes to do the concept. Once you know where you're going and what you want to do, then it should be a lot easier for you to write something. So you go with, once you have the idea, you jot it down. Who are your characters? So you might take another 2 minutes. Who are your characters? What the conflict is. Every story needs to have the characters, a conflict, how you're going to resolve it. Once you have that, you just put pen to paper and you start writing it up. So you just need your concept, your characters, your conflict, and a resolution. And you write it out. And remember, your story is going to be like less than 500 words, no more than 450 words. You need not pressure yourself too much about it, because if you try to devote too much of your time to the story, it means you're not going to get to write the other things. If you know you're the type to spend a lot of time on the story, I suggest you write your summary, You do your section 2, you write your essay, and using the prescribed times or less, especially if you know you're going to use a lot of time for the story, try to use less of the time on the other elements. You make sure if it's 35 minutes allotted for your summary, you do your summary in 30 minutes. So you shave off the time for all of those things and spend your time, the rest of the time, and you do your story. Now, somebody else is asking, which one would you recommend writing? Listen, it really is up to you, and it's true sometimes the pictures are not clear. The little black and white picture, them really not cut it, but it's what they do a lot of times. And as you could have seen when we were looking at the picture before, it's not that clear, but you can get something from it. So it's up to you in that situation. I just caution, I say, if you're using the picture, make sure there's some description or some hint is made at the picture. So reading the story, the picture would come in. So the examiner knows that you're writing the story relating to the picture, and when you look at the picture, you can say, yes, it relates to this story. And if you're doing the one with the sentence, if they say the sentence should be included, ensure the sentence is included. A lot of times people forget to include the sentence. Make sure the sentence is in there. So that is the thing to bear in mind. If you're doing the story, on the picture, describe the picture somewhere, tie in the picture somewhere, link the picture in some form of way. And if you're using the sentence, make sure the sentence is included. All right, so wait, somebody sent another question. Let's go. I have a question on arguments. For the conclusion part of the essay, can I write? I mean, can you open your mic and explain what you're trying to ask about the conclusion? Because for the conclusion, it's a summary. So if it is that you discussed 3 points in your essay, your conclusion needs to mention all 3. And I say mention, not explain, not discuss, not review, mention. So you state them in your conclusion. So you summarize it in a sentence or 2. No long thing. Just as how you do summary, you read a 500-word thing and you write a 120-word summary, you would have written all right. So you're writing 300 words for your argumentative essay, roughly. You're writing 300 words, you have 50 in the introduction. No, actually, 40 in the introduction, 40 in the conclusion, that's 80. And you have about 220 left. I'd say about 210, so 70, thereabout. So if it is that you have about 200 words of essay so far, your conclusion, in restating your points or your summary of your points, you don't need more than 30 words to summarize everything before. If you get what I'm saying. So you summarize. Cool, get that. Next question. Next question. All right, so report writing and memos. Anybody have any question or paper with one of those on there? Because I must be honest, as I said in the very beginning, I would have said I did English in 2015. That was a long time ago. And the papers that I found, they normally have comprehension on it. So I don't have any papers with specific examples of the report writing. So if somebody has one, then I can see what is required by CXC, and then we can go through it together. Because the papers I have are like up to 2016 or something like that. 17.
The 2019 paper has a report writing.
2019. Do you have a copy of it? You can send it to me. Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you my email right now. I'm going to send you my email, and you can just send it to me. Hold on. There's something on my screen. It's Antonette Anderson. Also, for the persons who said they were going to do the summary and send it to me, make sure your email has a subject line which says exactly what it's about, because I tend to get a lot of emails. I check my emails regularly, but it may get lost if you don't title it properly. So subject line needs to say CSEC English summary or something along those lines. For the person with the 2019 paper, if you're going to send it, also subject line saying CSEC paper. Right, so while we do that, all right, so for the report writing, I think we'll have to look at that at another time. I guess when Rowan arranges for the second run through of paper ones, we can just do it at that time. So yeah, we'll do it at that time because we're kind of running down on time and we've been here all day. I'm sure you're tired. I'm sure everybody's tired. So we'll do it at that time and we can get an opportunity to really look in on it closely. So any other questions about summary, the story, argumentative writing?
Sorry for interrupting, but the email was sent. Miss, the email with the paper was sent.
In the meantime, any questions? Let me just. Any questions? Gmail. Taking the last round of questions. All right, thank you, Chanel. I'll take a look at it. Let's see. All right. So, as I was saying before, so we look at the report writing, and I think we can just go through the entire 2019 paper the next time we meet. So that way when we meet at that time, I'll start with section B. We go through section B thoroughly, and then we do a run through of the other sections, since we would have spent most of the time today looking